Yes, good morning, and it gives me the immense pleasure to welcome each one of you for this grand gathering, the Investment Summit 2025. And we will be welcoming very soon our chief guest, Mr. Abdullah Al-Abdaouli, the CEO of Al Marjan. But apart from that, we are equally privileged to have with us the eminent thought leaders and experts, Ms. Aparna Shankar, CA Nishad Khankavkar, CA Piyush Jhunjhunwala, Mr. Naushid Mithani, Ms. Pratibha Surya Narayana, Mr. Bilal Moti, and last but not least, CA Rachna Ranade. I think many of you want to hear from her. And all of them just bringing the insight from the across industries and markets. And of course, heartfelt welcome to all our ICI members, and it's not easy to make it on the Sunday morning. So thank you so much for being here. And as we formally start the sessions, I would like to especially mention the two things. The Kisan Parivar, if you have seen just right outside of this hall, they are supporting this today's event also as a support sponsor. So can we have a huge round of applause for the Kisan Parivar? And their IPO is about to come in India. So if you are looking for a good investment opportunity, yes, that's a good opportunity. And their products are also really nice. They deals into the all organic products. And of course, one more our support sponsor for today's event, the Wealth Company Mutual Fund. They are also supporting for today's event. So can we have a huge round of applause for Wealth Company as well? And before we formally start the sessions, I would request everyone to please rise to give the respect to both the nations, India and UAE, and of course, followed by our timeless ICI motto. I request our technical team to please play the national anthem of both the countries.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Thank you so much. Please take your seats. The members outside, I just request them, please come inside. And we have also a surprise for all the members. The Central Council member, Daya Niwaji, is also here. Welcome, Daya. So, good morning once again, and let me start the acknowledging the obvious. It's a Sunday morning, and normally Sundays are reserved for the late breakfast and catching up on the sleep. But you see, here we are, wide awake, informals, and discussing investments. So that itself deserves a round of applause for all of us. But now, why we are here? Because opportunities don't take off even on the Sundays. That's why we are here. So just to set the tone, did you know that the Global Alternative Assets Under Management, AUM, are expected to cross USD 23 trillion by 2027. That's almost 6 times of the India's GDP. And what does that mean? Which simply means the more and more money is moving away from the traditional stocks and bonds and flowing into the private equity, real estate, infrastructure, and even the new age assets like AI, green energy, even the blockchain technology. I think the blockchain technology's market cap is around $3 trillion by now. So I think these are the areas where the real actions and the returns are happening. And if we talk about the UAE, our Karm Bhumi, the UAE attract also nearly USD 30 billion in FDI inflows last year alone. How many of you are reading the newspapers on daily basis? Of course, all of us. So if you are aware, the last week, His Highness, the Crown Prince of Dubai, announced himself that Dubai tops the global FDI rankings, right? So these are not just the numbers, and this is not just the news which is shared by His Highness. They are signals that the capital is moving, opportunities are multiplying, and the window to act is now. And today, we are fortunate to have the experts who live and breathe these trends, from pre-IPO fortunes to the valuation frameworks, from mutual funds to AI in investing. And trust me, we have a buffet of the topics, richer and tastier than any Sunday brunch. So, dear members, I declare this Investment Summit 2025 formally open, a day of insights, ideas, and hopefully returns that beat inflation. Jai Hind, Jai ICI, and welcome to all of you once again. Thank you. And now, to carry forward the momentum and to keep the energy rolling on this bright Sunday morning, it's my honor to invite one person who can make even a balance sheet look exciting at 10 a.m. on a weekend. He's none other than our chairman, CA Jaiprakash Agrawal, to formally open the today's event. Can we have a huge one, please? Thank you.
Good morning. I love this place. Why? We are doing the event for the first time, but I can see so many faces whom I have not seen in last 6 months, because 6 months of the committee is almost over, are here today. Can people raise hands who is attending for the first time in 6 months? Love you guys, because we came only for you. हमने देखा आप हमारे पास नहीं आ रहे, तो हम आपके पास आ गए. Okay. If opportunity does not knock, build a door. If opportunity does not knock, build a door. I am not saying it. This was said by a known personality, Milton Barley. And today, we all are here to build that door. The door of understanding the avenues of investment. Because it is important in investment to invest in what you know. If you know, then you own it. Investment is not about tips. It is not about hearsay. It is not about luck. It is about creating that door through understanding, knowledge, and our own risk appetite. That when we walk through that door, our head is high and we know where we are entering into. Good morning, all. एनर्जी नहीं आई, एक बार फिर से बोलूँगा, और मेरे को वो एनर्जी चाहिए अपने मेंबर से जो हमेशा ICICI दुबई की एनर्जी की बात होती है। आज दया निवास जी हमारे साथ हैं, ही इज़ एन एल्डर ब्रदर एंड ही विल वाउच फॉर इट कि कभी भी मैं इंडिया जाता हूँ, एक बात के लिए हमेशा तारीफ होती है कि यार एनर्जी आपके चैप्टर में बहुत है। तो एक बार अगर दया जी बैठे तो वो एनर्जी हम दिखाते हैं। गुड मॉर्निंग ऑल सर, ये एनर्जी है हमारे चैप्टर की। Good morning to our chief guest, Mr. Abdullah, who is on the way and will be arriving soon. He's coming from Russell Khema, and that's why he got a little late. All our esteemed speakers, all our proud sponsors, and all my brothers and senior council, and my brother and senior council member present today here, CA Daya Newaji, who is also coincidentally, he is also the vice chair of capital market committee. हम investment पे कर रहे हैं, and he is also heading the he is also vice chair of this committee of our institute. And good morning to all of you, my seniors and my fellow friends. Let me take this opportunity to also wish you happy Navratri. And on this auspicious day, I wish that Ma Durga blesses us all and may all our dreams come true. But does dream come true only by dreaming? No, right? Hard work is important. But does the only hard work can produce result? No. When appliances around us are working smart, we also need to work smart and not hard. But again, do you think that only smart work can produce results? No. Because only smartness gives you knowledge. But for action, you need boldness. So, one smart and bold step to make our dreams come true is not to work alone, but to make our money also to work for us. It's not about how much money we make, it's about how much money we invest. And that's why this is an important event for all of us, Investment Summit, where we are trying to bring all avenues of investment so that if that smart and bold step is missing in your journey, today can be the day where you can start off. Do you think this event is an important event for all of us? Perfect. Then one person who deserves the round of applause, who has been doing all the work for this event. Can I have Yuga stand up, please? Can you give a round of applause for Yuga for arranging all the things on Investment Summit for us? Thank you, Yuga. Thanks a lot. As I said, this year आपका चेयरमैन कुछ नहीं कर रहा है, कमिटी पूरा काम कर रही है और उस कमिटी में कोई ना कोई इसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी रहा है. This time it was Yuga. Last time किसने किया था? ऑडिट वाला इवेंट था. So it was done by Bala, Ashna, Sanjay. So everyone is doing something other. One more important event is coming next week on Pillar 2. How many of you want to hear on Pillar 2? Perfect. यही बोलता हूँ, चार्टेड अकाउंट के पास टैक्स बहुत नज़दीक होता है, बहुत दिल के पास होता है. So Pillar 2 will be something which we are doing on 11th of October in Higher College of Technology, and please do attend. It is organized by Sanjay. Sanjay, can you stand? And Ashna, I think has gone to bring the. Can you give a round of applause to Sanjay for arranging it? Thank you. One more good news. थोड़ा टाइम भी बाय कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि हमारे गेस्ट आ जाए और आपको लैग नहीं दिखे. We have crossed 3,150 members in last 43 years of the history. 3,150 and we are still counting. As fresh as आज morning में coffee पीते पीते I met a friend who told me, Jay, I enrolled on Friday, that is on this Friday, and on Sunday I am here to attend the event. Where is that friend? Where is the friend of mine? Can you stand up? He joined us on Friday and today on Sunday. 2 दिन के अंदर he is here to attend the event. Thank you very much, friend. Thanks a lot. And we love to see you more and more. Please interact with all our members. Thanks a lot. Okay. 2 people to thank you. I have to thank. One is किसान परिवार. देखिए हम भारत से आते हैं. अभी भी we are a किसान प्रधान देश. And I am very happy, and I was really happy to associate with them when they said they are coming with a IPO. Kisan Parivar is coming with a IPO, and I love that part. I don't know, maybe India है मेरे अंदर में, मेरे कुछ है. I love that part when Kisan or Krishi is included in it. So they are coming with a pre-IPO offer. When we talked about investment, they said we are coming with a pre-IPO offer for all our Indian brothers who are living abroad. I said please do come. If in case it interests you, there is a stall there. Please do visit them and see if you are interested in the pre-IPO offer, whether you can contribute to that Kisan Parivar who is working on that. That is IPO for you. Second is a wealth management company. 1 month back when we are discussing about investment summit karna hai, and I got to talk to this lovely lady, Aparna, and she said, Jay, we are coming with a mutual fund. I said, if you're coming with a mutual fund, I don't only want to give gyan or knowledge to my members, I also want to give the avenues for investment. Sirf action, sirf bolne se nahi hoga, we need actions. So they said, yes, we are coming with a mutual fund and your members can invest in because we have a good return. We will be able to generate good returns because our managers are really good. So I said, why not? Why don't you come on board? So can I have a round of applause for Wealth Company? And let's see what exactly the nature of investment. Aparna ji, please. They also have a stall. So 2 एक्शन पॉइंट्स, बाकी सब सीख के जाइएगा. 2 एक्शन पॉइंट्स है, दोनों के काउंटर पे जाइए, देखिए क्या पता यू कैन गेट दैट रिटर्न. मेक योर मनी वर्क फॉर यू. यू आर वर्किंग फॉर योर सेल्फ, मेक योर मनी ऑल्सो वर्क फॉर यू. इन्वेस्ट इन दोज 2 काउंटर्स एंड सी इफ इट वर्क्स फॉर यू. Okay, let me move on. Mr. Abdullah is not here, so I'll skip that part. And today I have बहुत कुछ share करना था मेरे को. But in the morning I received a call, and when I received a call, I said today I will keep it short because when your elder brother, your senior Central Council member is here, I would like him to take this opportunity, and I would like you to hear from him about our Institute initiative on capital market, his vision, Institute vision, and initiatives which our alma mater, our parent body is planning for us. So I will end it here. I have something to say, but we can do it in next event. It is not easy. And here comes our chief guest. Can I have a round of applause for our chief guest, Mr. Abdullah, traveling all the way from Russell Khema on a Sunday morning is not an easy task. तालियां तो इतनी जोर से बजनी चाहिए, अगर वो रसल खेमा से 1 घंटे में ड्राइव करके आ सकते हैं, तालियां तो हम बजा ही सकते हैं. प्लीज टेक योर सीट्स. Thank you, sir, for coming all the way from Russell Khema. During your chief guest address, I have a question for you. I'll put my question now, and you can address it whenever you're on stage. How did you convince your family on a Sunday, 9 a.m., traveling from Russell Khema to Dubai for this event? Please let us know. It's not easy to convince a family and come on Sunday. So I look forward what exactly you said so that I can use it with my family next time. And with this, thank you for accepting our invite as chief guest and addressing our members. Let me confess, when we were working on the structure of this summit, we needed a chief guest who is the right example of that bold and smart move, which is important to create history. And sir, Mr. Abdullah, we found our chief guest in you. Your vision, your perspective, your innovative initiative will be creating history in the Emirates of Russell Khema. Be it Marjan, be it Rack Central. Thank you. I know the history will be making and you will be pioneer of it. You will be the person who is writing it. Can I have a round of applause for Mr. Abdullah for creating history coming in next 2 years in Russell Khema? We look forward for your chief guest address to understand what vision and thought process went into $3.9 billion investment in the Emirate of Russell Khema by Wine Resort, Marjan, and Rack Hospitality holding together. Your perspective, if you can invest $3.9 billion, my members can at least invest $1 million in whatever investment you want in across the options which you will be getting today, from real estate to unlisted space, from equity market to mutual fund, from IPO. Also a session on how you can use AI to decide your investments. So all this for you today. Thank you very much and looking forward for this lovely session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman, for that insightful address. And yes, once again, the welcome, the inspiring leader, who is shaping the future of the Russell Khema, Mr. Abdullah Al-Abdouli. So we welcome you, sir, on behalf of the ICI Dubai chapter and on behalf of all the members. Thank you so much for sparing your time and being here. And yes, as Jai Bhai was mentioning about Daya Bhai also, so it's good to have, it's great to have, someone from your alma mater body from the ICI India. So we have today the Central Council member, Daya Nivas Sharma, and he's also currently is the Vice Chairman of the Capital Market Committee of the ICI India. So I think, that's a wonderful coincidence, and if someone is from the committee, from the capital market, so it's so good to hear from the horse mouth. So I would like to call Mr. Daya Nivas Sharma, CA Daya Nivas Sharma, on the stage for his address. Can we have a huge round of applause for Daya Nivas Sharma, sir? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, welcome to you, sir, to ICI. ICI family has been standing from almost like 78 years, and particularly in Dubai and UAE, we have been operating very closely with the government. And I think my journey goes back, and memory goes back, almost like 40 years back, when my partner and my uncle, who moved from Hyderabad in India to Dubai, he lived here for 30 years. And I still know certain very interesting facts which I'm going to just quickly talk about. That is a journey which I am connected with, particularly with UAE particularly. But however, let me first congratulate the chairman of Dubai chapter for organizing one after another interesting events. And this being one very good one, because this is also very touching to my heart from a reason. This is my 9th year of operation in Dubai. Some people know it very well, but some people don't know, because I have been very closely working in my own, four walls. But one thing which I could tell you is this 9 years journey has been tremendously very good, and a positive energy which flows every time I land in Dubai, every month I land in Dubai, from a point of view that, 9 years operating from India and Dubai, it's itself a great success for me. I call this city as a world's capital. I think we should all be feeling proud about it, and a round of applause to a place like Dubai and UAE as such. Because I have seen in 2016 when I came in, it was very good, very energetic. But when VAT came in, then there was certain disturbance. Then came the COVID, unfortunately. Then came the corporate law. People have been talking, multiple speculations have been taking place. But one thing which I have seen year after year is it is only a growth story which is seen in Dubai particularly, and the entire UAE activities when we look at is something which is surprising. I don't think there is a downside to it. It's only the upside to it. If you take a graph in the capital markets equation, the graph will only go up for Dubai. And when you're talking about opportunities unlimited, undoubtedly, Jay bhai, it's an unlimited opportunity even for a person like me who has been operating off and on. Particularly now we've started a complete learning and development on AI, technology, particularly on systems audit, cybersecurity. We are not actually doing services, but we are actually working towards training people on this particular side. Forensic investigation, AML, and the kind of anxiety which is there in people to learn is unmatchable. So I'm talking about one of an activity which is my own personal experience, which makes a whole lot of difference when we try to deliver something here. And you are always welcome with a kind of warmth, not only by the citizens of or this 180 different nationalities which are operating here itself is a message that the warmth which has been given by UAE is unmatchable. A round of applause for this country which has given lot of opportunities for people year after year in different capacities. Now when you talk about investment opportunity, and particularly when the markets are growing faster, quicker, one thing which I have realized in last 6 to 8 months when I became the Vice Chairman of Capital Markets Committee is there are 3 very important words. One, undoubtedly, the transparency in financial reporting framework. That's going to be the critical part if you want to raise any kind of capital. Number 2 is governance. Governance structure is something which we need to really encourage people from local structures here, that they have been a family-driven businesses. I have very closely worked with many people during the VAT regime. But the governance structure is something on a corporate side is totally different from a family side. So we need to understand that structure well, and we need to put it in a right perspective. And third important point, undoubtedly, is the compliance. Compliance of law is actually giving not only the world a different jerk, but also every professional a newer opportunity to work on, because compliance is day by day. When you talk about FATF or might be the global rating on anti-money laundering and all those areas, UAE has outperformed and got something very good which we can't even imagine the compliance level at a total different level. So these three important factors are there when you want to raise capital. Because when you talk about a global investor coming into India, UAE also, or India, or any part of the world, these three are the most crucial one which we need to look into. And I think this is something which is UAE particularly is looking in from a very close monitoring point of view. And the other part, which is on the fraud and forensics, or might be investigations, or when you talk about anti-money laundering, that is again becoming a very important factor in the process. Frauds are being controlled. There are two types of fraud. One is a financial fraud and a cyber fraud. And I think technologically, the way this country has gone ahead of time, we can't even imagine. The kind of conferences which are being conducted here, you are tempted to come from whichever part of the world you want to and be here when the events are happening from the government side. So this itself is a message which is showing that, this unlimited opportunities which are available here, it is your opportunity. You need to explore which one you want to take and which one you want to move with. Now with this particular thing, and most importantly, from the institute perspective, I think you all who are mostly chartered accountants here have to think about one important factor is we are doing multiple certification courses on capital markets itself. When you talk about investment banking, when you talk about Gift City, we are talking about merchant banker relationships, and many such certification courses are initiated by ICI. This is not the right time to talk about every certification course, but I think somewhere we need to think about from a UAE perspective, if there is an exclusive course that need to be designed, what we have done for international taxation, and similarly for VAT. I think similar kind of ground we need to create for focusing on the international opening up and the opportunities which are there. Because a lot of people today, when I don't want to talk about the international market, but I'll talk about the Indian market itself. Many people don't know which free zone I need to come and open up when I'm actually coming in. And there are so beautiful things which are there. Every industry-specific free zone has been there. If people are guided well and directed well, I think the positivity with which people will come and invest. I have multiple clients of mine who have invested in Dubai in last 9 years along with me. So why I am telling you this fact is, I think you need to think about a single page document which actually gives an overview of what UAE market is all about. What kind of opportunities which are available. We are in a media city. I just turned around my hotel room itself. I found all the multinationals which are there. So which itself is a surprise. And most of the people don't know this. By just putting it to unrest, in Ras Al Khaimah I enjoyed the zip line, sir. So that happens to be the world's largest zip line I got to know, and I was tempted to go there also. So tourism also is going in a total different direction. It's so much fun. When I came for the first time, might be 2 years, you could exhaust Dubai and go back home. But I think now 2 weeks is also not sufficient. Investment opportunities are actually, if I have to put it, this is the dream of many people to come and work in Dubai and UAE. Let's all work towards one final thing, which I wanted to keep it in mind. The beauty about this country is, which touches my heart also, is the culture which is followed in India is more respected here and also followed and also given in a different way, give back to the society by the government here itself. So there's so much of impressive things which are happening. The culture benefit which is there, I think we all should enjoy this, encourage more and more people like us to come and invest and create opportunities. And I think a lot of new IPOs are going to be planned here, and we'll look forward which way we can support. I was fortunate to complete 4 IPOs in the recent past. Last 18 months I have done it. I am now excited to see what kind of IPOs are going to come here and work here. And looking for the opportunities. But yes, Jai Bhai, inviting me was a pleasure surprise, because I was here yesterday, and I was not here, I was in Abu Dhabi, and I was only to leave tonight. And you fortunately invited. I am indebted, and we look forward. Whatever you need from ICI India, we are there for you. And there's much more which we need to work on in time to come. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jai Bhai, for your inspiring word and laying the perfect foundations for today's summit. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. And now, every great summit shines brighter when graced by a leader who goes beyond numbers, someone who doesn't talk about the opportunities but actually create them on the ground. This morning, we are truly privileged to have with such a personality as our chief guest, Mr. Abdullah Al Abdauli. To do the honors of introducing our chief guest, let me call someone who himself is an energetic and dynamic leader. May I invite our Vice Chairman, C.A. Rishi Chawla, to the stage to formally introduce our chief guest. Can we have a, पीछे वाले कोई भी ताली नहीं बजा रहे, can we have a louder one for our Vice Chairman?
इसको कहते हैं अमित भाई जगा दिया सबको हाँ वेरी नाइस हाँ एवरीबडी इज अप थैंक यू वेरी मच थैंक यू ऑल द मेंबर्स थैंक यू अवर चीफ गेस्ट अंकुर भाई चेयरमैन साहब दया भाई थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग एंड ऑल अवर स्पीकर्स एंड मेंबर्स थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग विथ अस इन दिस अर्ली ब्राइट मॉर्निंग आई थिंक ब्रिलियंट होटल विच द कमिटी हैज चूजन कैन वी हैव अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर द कमिटी फॉर चूजिंग अ न्यू फ्रेश location and it feels very nice I'm sure all right so good morning everyone. We are in an era where investment options are literally all around us. We have stocks, real estates, bond, crypto, startups, a lot of those. Everywhere you look, there is a new pitch, a trending tip, or a flashy forecast. But as they say, too many options is like too many spices. They can spoil the biryani if you don't know what you are doing. And that's exactly why today's session is important. In a world full of opportunities, knowing what's right for you is far more powerful than just chasing what's popular. Just want to share one line I read recently. It says, these days, you don't need a treasure map to find gold. Just the right conversation at the right summit is all what matters. So here we are. To officially kick off today's summit, we are honored to have been joined by a visionary leader who doesn't just watch the future unfold, he helps build it. Mr. Abdullah Al Abdauli, CEO of Marjan, is one of the key forces behind Russell Khaima's rise as the UAE's next big investment story. And let's be honest, RAC isn't just getting momentum, it's getting momentum faster and faster every day passes by. From luxury resorts to global investors, it's becoming a magnet for serious opportunities, and Mr. Abdullah is helping shape that journey. He also serves on the board of RAC Ceramics, RAC Properties, and many more. And he has those academic credentials which always behind him is like Paris Sorbonne University and Harvard Universities, a true blend of global perspective and local impact. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Abdullah with a big round of applause. He is coming all the way from Russell Khaimah, driving by himself, and that's the power of a chief guest he's bringing to the forum. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdullah, being with us.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today with such a guest coming to see and explore opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Prakash. Thank you, Ankur. And thank you for everyone who made it to this venue today. I still remember the first time I met Ms. Ankur and Ms. Jay, and they were telling me, you know, Abdullah, you need to come and share the story of Ras Al Khaimah to the team over here of ACAI. Ras Al Khaimah is one of the growth engines growing right now in the UAE. We all know Abu Dhabi, we all know to Dubai, and we all know other Emirates. But you see Ras Al Khaimah today as a headline for a lot of reasons. And by the way, it's not because of us. We are spending the same exact marketing campaign that we did it over the last 5 years. But a lot of people discovered Ras Al Khaimah over the last 5 years. let me speak in general. Today we are blessed here in the UAE with the visionary leadership. And that is the most important element when you want to execute a vision. You need to have a visionary leader who guide you, who set up the target for any team member to achieve whatever he wants for his destination and the emirate and the country as well. We are blessed over here with in the UAE with the visionary leadership, seeing it the future over the next 50 years, doing all these smart initiatives that enable investors and developers and everyone to be part of the journey. Today, I'm not the only Emirati over here. You are the ambassadors of the whole UAE, sitting over here, coming over here, promoting the UAE, and that's what the UAE leadership had made in every single member of here. So, what enabled everyone to come and invest in the UAE? It is again the visionary leadership, the transparent legal framework, because you want to invest where it is safe and secured as well. So it's the transparent legal framework. It's the business-friendly environment. You want to avoid all of the bureaucracy, and you need to ensure that there is a governance happening in the destination that you are investing at. So visionary leadership, transparent legal framework, business-friendly environment, and strategy for execution. You want to invest in a place where they are investing in infrastructure, where they are putting all of the efforts in order to ensure that your investors are getting their returns as quickly as they can. And that is in general what is happening here in the UAE. Let's go in a deep dive and see what every emirate is doing for investment. Abu Dhabi, the political power of the UAE, it is the political capital of the UAE. It is where all these strategic initiatives are happening, all of the mega investment in strategic assets, and events as well, whether it is the Formula, whether it is Yas Island, Saadiyat, the Louvre, and all of that. Dubai is the business hub, it's the shopping, it's the lifestyle, it is all of what we are having, the MICE, the exhibitions, all of the business environment. It is our business city over here in not just only in the UAE, but the region as well. Ras Al Khaimah is coming, and the identity of Ras Al Khaimah is clear. It's about the topography. It's about the culture. And we are introducing the gaming over the next few years. So it is clear where we are heading in terms of tourism. So there are multiple offerings in each destination that complement each other. And that is the beauty of UAE. That is the beauty of our strength. And that's why today people are investing in Abu Dhabi, and they are investing in Dubai, and they are investing in Ras Al Khaimah. I will speak about Al Marjan Island as an example. Al Marjan Island, our iconic real estate master plan extending around 4.5 kilometers deep into the Arabian Gulf, an area of around 2.7 million square meters. We are targeting 15,000 hotel keys, 12,000 residential units, 600 holiday homes and villas as well. Today, currently, we are speaking today, there are 3,500 hotel keys already operational under several assets. A lot of hospitality brands joined us before and joining in the future. So we are speaking about existing of Rixos, Hilton DoubleTree, Movenpick, the Rove, the Radisson, the Pullman, And we are speaking also on on the future. A lot are joining, whether it is the Nikki Beach, the Hilton, the Address, the Fairmont, the Millennium, Luxury Collection, the W, JW Marriott, Nobu, the Unexpected. All of these brands are joining us in this journey. But is it enough? I'll say it's not. Unfortunately, today we have 1.1 million visitors in the Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah over just only 8,000 keys. With all the great brands coming to us in Ras Al Khaimah in this journey, these are the new announcement of around 8,000. I think we need another 8,000 just to stabilize the market of the hospitality in Ras Al Khaimah. And the beauty of what we are doing in Ras Al Khaimah is we base it on a scientific approach. So we ensure as Marjan to ensure that there is a scientific approach behind all what we are doing. So we use a lot of consultants, we do a lot of research, we do a lot of due diligence when it comes to development. So by way of introduction, Marjan is the master developer for the government of Ras Al Khaimah. We invest in master planning and infrastructure. Then we sell plots to third-party investors, developers, institutional funds, listed companies, where they build their own real estate model. We are mandated by the government to develop waterfront destinations, urban developments inside the city, and mountain communities as well. Everyone knows us because of our first iconic master plan, Al Marjan Island, being anchored by the Wind Integrated Resort, but we are not limited to that. We have launched Rack Central. It is the new master plan that we launched after Al Marjan Island is being sold out in January 2024. And in 15 months, the whole plots at Rack Central are sold out. Now we are working on another master plan, which we're going to launch it hopefully in October the 1st. And that will be the new mega master plan coming up to the Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah. But the question is, what's behind the force of Marjan? Why Marjan is trying to build and build and build and build? There is a gap in the market of Ras Al Khaimah. With all the great stories that we have, there is a still gap in terms of residential units and hospitality keys. So when you look at the hospitality keys, Ras Al Khaimah Tourism Development Authority has an aggressive plan to reach over 3.5 million visitors by 2030. To achieve that, according to Colliers, it is 7,500 keys required in addition to all what I have mentioned before. To Ernst & Young, they believe it is again around 6,000, 6,500, again to the same number that we should target. And that's where we are really looking for investors, not just only to develop the hospitality market, but also as well to join forces on the residential market as well, because the residential market also has a gap. According to Ernst & Young, to our studies as well, we need 45,000 residential units in the Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah. That's a big number over the next 7 years. And that's what will enable us to continue and grow. But anyone can ask a question, Abdullah, oversupply, how do you see it? What about the markets, all of that? If you look today at the market and at the rates of Ras Al Khaimah and all of the selling prices at Ras Al Khaimah, you will be surprised that we are selling at almost international rates, which, by the way, it's making a problem for me as Abdullah, as a master developer, you know, affordability and attainable developments. It is, but that shows you the potential in the destination itself. Today, we have 2 sky villas in one of our new developments on Al Marjan Island are being sold off plan at 49 million US dollar. When you check on the rate itself on square foot of GFA, it's almost 1,250 US dollar. It's not cheap even. It's not cheap. So we are seeing rates today in our destination because of the limited supply in the destination itself growing further and further. So the question is how we can address that gap is to work with third-party investors, developers, institutional funds, listed companies where they build their own model. Today we are so proud. In Ras Al Khaimah we have Al Dar Properties from Abu Dhabi Investing, Abu Dhabi National Hotels, we have I'mar, we have Dubai Investments, we have Damak, we have Dar, we have Win. All those companies are listed either in ADX, in DFM, or NASDAQ, and London as well. So when you look at those companies, they didn't invest because of Abdullah and his presentation and all of that. They care about how we can increase the shareholder value and how we can increase the dividends to our investors. That's what all those publicly listed care. And they saw in Ras Al Khaimah an opportunity that is different to where they are. So Al Dar has a lot of access to waterfronts in Abu Dhabi. I'mar has a lot of access to lands and plots in Dubai. Why they have invested in another destination, which is Ras Al Khaimah? Because the offering in Ras Al Khaimah is different. And that's where we complement each other when it comes to development. And that's the beauty of the whole UAE. Today in Al Marjan Island, we have 11 nationalities already invested in Al Marjan Island itself, between publicly listed companies and as well as entrepreneurs and developers coming from the region. That shows you that if there is a journey and you want to be one of the early birds to benefit from that story, today Ras Al Khaimah is the destination. Why Ras Al Khaimah is destination? Because all of the reasons that I have mentioned today. And for me itself, as Abdullah, I care about number one, that who invested in Ras Al Khaimah not just has to make money, but a lot of money. That's the most important thing. So I put myself in the shoes of every individual investor sitting over here. I understand what is his requirement, how I can make him feel safe and secure and invest in Ras Al Khaimah. What are the challenges that he's facing? And I need to address it. It's not just listening to him and say, okay, and goodbye. No, I need to address these challenges. I need to and ensure that these challenges are being solved in order to ensure that he is having a smooth journey when it comes to investment. And that's how we do it in Ras Al Khaimah. Today, people are investing in Ras Al Khaimah because the returns and the equity returns are one of the highest in the region. So when we speak about hospitality assets, we are speaking about equity return between 14 to 18%. And when it comes to freehold and residential units, we always say it is 30 to 50%, but with the off-plan sales, and I'm sure, Ankur, you can tell, it is 300 to maybe 500. We are missing 10, I think, in all of that. So again, with the off-plan sale, we have a payment plan for developers. You just invest a little bit on the payment plan over multiple years, and you then start to sell the unit. I think it's always about the right product, the right design, the right pricing strategy, and you will enjoy a proper cash flow, because what we ensure as a destination, as a master developer for the government, is the strategy, is we are not flooding the market with master plans, and we ensure the market is there. Because the worst thing that I would like to have in Ras Al Khaimah, that someone is saying, Abdullah, I invested in Ras Al Khaimah and I didn't get my expected return. I'm telling Anchor always, if you are getting a development margin below 30%, I'm upset. I'm upset because you should enjoy a development margin returns between 30 to 50% in Ras Al Khaimah. That's the market that we have created, and that's what we would like to maintain. And that's why you are hearing the noise about Ras Al Khaimah, Ras Al Khaimah, Ras Al Khaimah, Ras Al Khaimah. Is we didn't flood the market with master plan. Even if we are sold out in different master plans, we ensure that we have the right infrastructure. We ensure that investors are making good returns, and even those who are buying units over there are investing in the right location and making returns as well. And that's why when we speak about a destination of Ras Al Khaimah and Al Marjan Island of 12,000 residential units, it is not that much comparing to international cities and destination. When itself, they are attracting between 8 to 13 million visitors in all their properties. So if we say, let us be so conservative and say, let us say 5 million will come to Ras Al Khaimah, and that's our estimate. 5 million. If 5% of those decided to call Ras Al Khaimah home and buy unit, that is by itself is 250,000 residential unit. It is not there yet. So by having the right master plans, having the right strategies, we are expecting a population growth. We are expecting Ras Al Khaimah to grow from 400,000 residents today to almost 600, 650 in the next 7 years by 2030, 2032. That will have put a pressure on infrastructure requirement. It will put a pressure on schools. It will put pressure on hospitals. Then we need to build schools. We are building school 1, we are building school 2, but it's not enough. Then you will hire doctors and teachers and nurses and assistants. And then those guys need also real estate assets. So it's the whole impact that Ras Al Khaimah is having right now. And today I'm telling everyone, benefit from what we are doing over here. If you are an investor in real estate, build a hotel or a residential building. If you are not a developer or just only an individual investor, buy a unit or a villa and flip it later on. Or if you are not at all in the whole industry of real estate and hospitality, establish a business in Rakaz and benefit from all the spending we are doing in the destination itself. Establish a business. We need everyone. We need everyone at that emirate to help us shape the future. And that's what we encourage and support investors to be there at Ras Al Khaimah. So with all of the growth stories we have, with all the initiatives that we are taking and infrastructure we are creating over there, it is the right time to invest at Ras Al Khaimah. If you want to make a good return at one of the, I have to say, rare opportunities in the whole region, I have to say, these stories happen only once a life, to open an integrated resort in such destination and create that atmosphere around all of that. So this is one of the elements that we are always focusing on, how we can create the right opportunity for everyone in order to ensure a smooth journey for investors and developers. Sir, I took a lot of your time. Okay, thank you so much, and we welcome you to Ras Al Khaimah.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words and for sharing such a, your inspiring vision. And sir, the members you are seeing here, these are the members out of 3,150. So these are the members who just not want to make the money. They all want to make a lot of money. Can we have a huge round of applause? for our chief guest. And now I request our chairman, CA Jay Prakash Agrawal, vice chairman, CA Rishi Chawla, and along with that, the founder and CEO and my friend, CA Ankur Agrawal, on this stage to do the honor and present a memento on behalf of ICI Dubai chapter and all the members. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Your presence here also truly adds the immense value to the summit, I must say. And members, if you know that earlier we released the circular, so our keynote speaker, we earlier mentioned Dr. Vivek Anand Oberoi, we were mentioned, but yes, due to certain reasons, he couldn't make it. But nevertheless, we are having the founder and the CEO of the B&W, CA Ankur Agrawal, the man with the golden heart. So can we have a huge round of applause for our Ankur Bhai? Thank you so much for making it on the Sunday morning. So, moving ahead, they say that the early bird catches the worm, but in the world of investment, the early investors often catches the multi-bagger. Pre-IPO opportunities are where the vision meets courage and where future giants are spotted before they hit the headlines. Our next sessions before the bell rings, pre-IPO fortunes, is all about uncovering these hidden gems, opportunities that don't just grow portfolios but redefine them. And out of those gems, I think just is right outside this hall, the Kisan Parivar. So you can go and try your luck. And to introduce this distinguished speaker for these sessions, may I invite my colleague from the managing committee, CA Balram, on the stage. Can I have a huge round of applause for CA Balram?
Thank you, Amit. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. While going around in the hall, I've seen one of the members carrying his laptop to the hall and working here. That shows the kind of interest that they have on the event as well as to balance their work. As you know, we have CT deadlines, filing deadlines. But these kind of incidents definitely motivate us as a committee to do more and more interesting events. Thank you all once again. It's my privilege to introduce our next distinguished speaker, CA Piyush Jhunjhunwala, a founder and CEO of Stockify Fintech Private Limited. A chartered accountant and CPA with over 2 decades of corporate finance experience across India, South Africa, and UAE, Piyush has led billion-dollar business at global giants like PepsiCo, Reckitt, and Coty. But in 2021, he made a bold pivot to pursue a vision he has been nurturing for nearly 2 decades, democratizing access to high-potential pre-IPO investment opportunities in India. That vision took shape as Stockify, a fintech platform that has quickly become a trusted gateway for investors to participate in companies like the National Stock Exchange, Tata Technologies, Tata Capital, and HBD Financial before they go public. But built on discipline, deep research, and frugal entrepreneurship, Stockify is scaling rapidly and empowering thousands of investors with institutional-grade opportunities. Today, Piyush will share his insights on Before the Bell Rings, pre-IPO fortunes, a subject that promises to open our eyes to opportunities that often remain hidden until it is too late. Before I invite him onto the stage, let us watch a small video clip of him. Can you play the video?
What if you could invest in some of India's biggest companies before they go public? At Stockify, we give you access to India's most promising unlisted and pre-IPO shares, long before they're listed on the stock exchange. What are unlisted or pre-IPO shares? Companies invite investors to buy their shares privately because it is yet to be listed on the stock exchange. Since they are not listed on any formal stock exchange, they are referred to as unlisted or pre-IPO shares. HDFC Securities, Chennai Super Kings, NSE, and many more are example of unlisted companies in India which will become public in future. Why should you care? Because getting in early means buying at lower valuations and the potential to make multifold returns when the company eventually lists. At Stockify, we make it simple. KYC verification, trade confirmation, online settlement. It's 100% digital and 100% contactless. These were once unlisted shares, now listed and thriving. Our clients invested early, and the results speak for themselves. Some unlisted shares have delivered up to 44x returns. This could be your chance to invest before they go public. We've facilitated over 1,000 crore worth of transactions across 5,000 plus successful deals, serving 3,000 plus investors from India and abroad. Whether you're an HNI, NRI, or savvy investor, we've built the ecosystem for you for buying and selling unlisted shares. And it's not just a platform. Stockify is a research-backed, investor-first ecosystem offering best-in-class customer service, real-time settlements, and competitive pricing. Don't wait for an IPO. Create wealth early. Invest smarter with Stockify. Visit our website or meet our team today.
Great, the numbers are so inspiring. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, please join me in giving a warm welcome to CA Piyush Jhanjhanwala.
Morning, everybody. I was a backbencher, so all the backbenchers, please. Okay, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah, for coming. It was a really inspiring speech from you. I must say on behalf of everybody in this room, we are blessed to be living in this country, while we are blessed to be born in our country like India. So it's a beautiful partnership with India and UAE is developing. So good big round of applause. I had the privilege of meeting the Commerce Minister. He was also here, and he was also meeting his counterpart. So he was telling the story to all of us, how UAE and India has grown. And I've heard him telling in the room, and you can probably confirm the number, that India and UAE has already done business of $100 billion, excluding oil. So which is India and UAE partnership is very, very important. So for India and UAE's partnership, and for Marjan Island, and for people like Ankur Agarwal, who's shaping up Marjan Island, a big round of applause. I've been given 30 minutes. I'm not going to speak about myself much. I'm going to speak about the story, because stories is what inspires people. Mr. Abdullah just spoke about the Ras Al Khaimah story. I spoke to Ankur a couple of years ago, and he was telling how he actually picked up the story of Ras Al Khaimah 3-4 years ago. Today, everybody is talking about BMW, but the hard work was done 3-4-5 years ago. Today, everybody is talking about Ras Al Khaimah, but the hard work has gone for decades ago. And then all of us, I came to this country in 2008, and I've seen this country shaping up. Everybody is talking about Dubai. Everybody want to be in Dubai, but the hard work went 20 years ago. So that similarly, pre-IPOs are also similar to that. I will also relate to that story that, you have to visualize it, you have to get in, you have to wait, and then that is how the returns come. If you are looking for becoming billionaires overnight, buy a lottery ticket. Somebody said that. Can I have a pointer, please? So before I start, I would like to thank the management team of ICI for putting up a grand show, my dear friend Jed, and Rishi for inviting me. And I'm not a person who wants to, like I said, I'm a backbencher. I like to sit at the back. But Rishi and Jed told me you must come and speak. So I'm going to talk stories, like I said, because stories is something which always inspires me. In my next 30 minutes of my presentation, I'm also going to speak about a lot of our stories which we can connect to it, who are chartered accountants. One is sitting in front of me, my dear friend, and then there are multiple others which we're going to speak about. How do I change? Green. Okay, so we spoke about UAE. We all love this country. Let's speak about India a little bit. So equities, I don't understand real estate as much as what Ankur's understanding is, and Mr. Abdullah's understanding is that if anybody wants to invest into real estate, they're the right person. If anybody wants to invest into equities or wants to understand, please be my guest. I'll be happy to help you in getting into your journey. My journey of unlisted or equity market started probably not too long ago, 10 years ago. So I was a very shy investor. I thought, oh, it's my hard-earned money. I'll not get into equities. Equities is something which I don't understand. I'm a chartered accountant at the age of 20, 21, a CPA at the age of 22, and I was very worried because money is something which we all love. We are all here because of money. See, investments and the whole room is full. There's not even a single desk, So if you see India, India is an outlier, I always say. So just understand the world economy. The world is growing at the rate of 3.5%, while India's last quarter GDP growth was 7.6. So we are actually double the rate. And I think UAE is around 5.5%. So UAE is also doing very well. While see the world economy, there are only three outliers. World economy is growing at 3.5. The whole of Europe, if I take out maybe Germany, is growing at 2%. China is growing at 4.5%. So you can understand why the whole world is coming towards India. There one very important aspect which you need to understand, which is the population. Our average population growth, our average population median age is only 29. So India is a very young population. At 29, 30, all of us was just settling down in our life, trying to buy a house, trying to do an investment. So that is what whole of India is going to do. So the consumption is going to be huge. I have zero doubt that India is going to continue to grow at greater than 6 to 7%. There's only one thing which will make a difference, which is the leadership, which Mr. Abdullah also spoke about. This country is doing so well because the leaders, they do not behave like bureaucrats. They behave like employees. The leaders, Sheikh Mohammed also, is working. The leaders like Mr. Abdullah also, on a Sunday, is coming to explain you the story of Ras Al Khaimah. So that is what makes the country. Our country is also blessed to have a great leader, and this is why our country is doing well. The other aspect which you need to see, I pick up things where the masses is not there. And you would see in India, there are around 6,500 companies which are listed in India. And our average market cap is around 6 trillion as we speak. Our economy is around 4.5 trillion. And our market cap is around 6 trillion. Amit, I think, very recently spoke that the asset under management is approximately 25 billion. Yeah, 25 trillion. Yeah, 27 trillion, 25 trillion, which is almost 4 times of our economy. So that is what is making India a very exciting destination for everybody. A lot has happened in the last 3 months after our dear friend Trump has come in, where he's saying, make America great again. That's good. He's doing a great job, I must say, actually. But we must also think about making India great. And that is what our Prime Minister has been trying to do. When he spoke about Made in India, 7-8 years ago, everybody was mocking him. Today, India is exporting $100 billion on a monthly basis, which is huge. So it's about the vision of a leader. He believed in Made in India, and today, India is not only manufacturing phones. 30% of the Apple producers of the world is being exported out of India, which is a huge, huge achievement. So it's all about vision and leadership. So I strongly believe, and today I'm going to use this opportunity to tell each and every people in this room, while you're investing your money, everybody is investing. If you are not investing in India, you're losing out. If you're not investing in a country like UAE, you're going to lose out. Because if you see the world, Africa has been a story for the last 20, 30 years. It's a great story, never come up in an investment stage. China is a little closed economy, but China is also doing very well. If you see, US will always do well because it's a global giant. All the top companies, all the innovation happens here. Apart from that, I only see India. Europe is a dead economy. Sorry, actually, sir. In the Middle East also, a lot of issues are happening in and around us. UAE is a country, Saudi is a country where we should invest because leadership is great. So please start your investment journey with countries like UAE, India, US, China, wherever. But being an Indian, my heart is always with India. I have plotted in this chart a very simple story about National Stock Exchange, which is India's leading stock exchange. So when I was in 2028, when I was a CFO of Reckitt Benckiser, the company which manufactures Dettol, there's an opportunity which came to our desk where one of the bankers, Citibank, wanted to exit a stake of around $10 million, which they invested into a National Stock Exchange because it was through a fund, so they had to exit. So they came up with an opportunity of $1 million. They said, you need to invest $1 million. I didn't have $1 million at that point of time. So I said, okay, fine. Can 3 of us invest? So 3 of our friends invested $1 million at that point of time, that in 2018, I think January of 2018. And I just want to go near. Is this working? Can you hear me? Okay. So if you see here, this is where I invested into NSE, and you see the spike in NSE. This is not National Stock Exchange stock exchange. This is the unlisted share of National Stock Exchange. So National Stock Exchange is an unlisted company, while Bombay Stock Exchange is listed in NSE. NSE still is an unlisted company. So normal people like all of you in the room cannot go and buy. If you have to buy NSE, you have to come to people like us. So we invested $1 million, and at today's price, it is approximately $15 million. So in just a 7 years' time, 3 of our friends have made $15 million, and it is not even listed. So that is where the idea came to me when I was thinking of leaving my job back in 2021, that what should I do next? I said that I will actually make a company which is going to sell unlisted for people who cannot afford it, who cannot invest $1 million, but who also should be allowed to participate. So back in 21-22, only the large VC firms, the private equities, the Sequoias and all has the opportunity to invest. But we made a platform. We made a vision. When I went in 2022 to India to explore the markets, and we said, okay, we'll make a website. In July 2022, which is not long ago, I think 3 years ago, our average visitor was 1,000 people in a month. Today we are clocking almost 200,000 visitors every month, and that is without any ad spending. We do not spend, as a company, we do not spend any money in the ads. The only sponsorship which I have done is in the ICI. Because of my love towards ICI, Rishi was telling me that, do you get any benefit of it? I said, I'm not doing it for money. There's certain things which you do it for passion and love for your people. My job as a chartered accountant, as a fellow chartered accountant, is to teach all of you about investing, and I'm going to continue doing it. I had a discussion with Ankur also. Ankur, 3 years ago, I think I visited one of your presentation, I think one of your first few presentation, where he was telling about development. I remember the slides which you presented. He said, become a developer. It's a very lucrative business. And he was saying that you just have to put the 10%, the rest comes from the people, and the margins as 304%, 400%. I don't know how many people remember that slide, but I remember that. So that's the story. He was very honest. He's not saying, it's all business secrets, he's saying in open. So somebody has to take a plunge. So similarly like us also, we are not here to make money with all of you. We are here to tell you that it's the stories which inspires people. Guys, please get out of your comfort zone. Please get into that pool. I'll give you a swimming pool story. When I was young, I was very scared, but then somebody pushed me. I love that guy because I learned swimming. So that is how, you take us or Mr. Ankur or Jay, to make sure that you take a plunge. You need our help. We are here to help you. So in this chart, you will see NSE unlisted share has outperformed the S&P 500 and the BSE year on year by far by 50%. So if you would have invested into NSE back in 2018, the price was around 150 rupees. Today it is 2,000 rupees. This is almost 13 times. Now, interesting facts. For me, the dividend yields on those investments which I made is 20%. So on a $1 million investment, which 3 of us invested, we are getting $20,000 gross of taxes, by doing nothing. So that is why you buy great companies, you invest into great leadership, you invest into great companies. That is what I always say. There's another examples of many companies which has come. There's one great company which you would have heard about, Nazara Technology. That is where our dear friend Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, the ace investor, the big bull of India, also invested. I never had a privilege of meeting him, but I have seen a lot of his podcast and video. He used to say one thing: the market always gives you an opportunity. Even if the market is the highest, it always gives you the opportunity to invest. You need to make sure where to invest. So valuations is the key. So today also I'm going to relate to the Russell Khema story again. Mr. Abdullah said, and Ankur Bhai, probably you can confirm, the average price of a real estate in Russell Khema is still less than 2,000 dirhams per square feet. Can I confirm it, sir? The average price for real estate in Russell Khema is still 2,000 dirhams. 2,000 is nothing. It's very cheap. You compare to Bombay, you compare to Delhi, you compare to any other market, you're not going to get anything in Delhi, anything in Bombay, in prime residential area, overlooking the water at this price. So it's all about picking up the right product at the right time. So when he invested, He invested a 500 crore rupees of chunk into this company when gaming was coming up. So this company makes, for all those dads in the room, this company makes the cartoon, which is Chota Bheem, Motu Patlu, and all those things where all your kids was playing actually. So I also invested at that time, he invested around 500 crore rupees. We invested a couple of crores, not much. That is what I had at that point of time. During the IPO, we made almost 4 times. I exited post the IPO after a long period of time, and Rakesh Jhunjhunwala is no more, his wife also exited. But these are the kind of returns you make. Bombay Stock Exchange is another story. If you would have invested in Bombay Stock Exchange, you would have made 10x return just before the IPO. I am not counting investment post IPO. Bombay Stock Exchange post IPO has given 60 times return. 60 times in just under 15 years. Where do you get these kind of returns? So when you are investing in Bombay Stock Exchange, and me and Ankur and Jay has a opportunity to meet Siddharth Balachandran, who has also been very kind to come and speak in multiple forums. He owns 3.4% of Bombay Stock Exchange. So I actually called him for one of our events, and I told him to sell stories. He said, when I invested, I was investing in India. I was looking for opportunity to invest. I was investing in India. And there was no better company like Bombay Stock Exchange. Because if you're investing in National Stock Exchange and Bombay Stock Exchange, you're technically investing in India. So today's net worth on that investment, I don't know the multipliers, but that 3.5% stake in BSE itself is around 4,000 crores, which is $500 million. So $500 billion, sorry. So that's huge. He makes, I would have assumed, I actually saw his entry point and today's price. I think he's made like 60, 70 times returns already. So these are the power of investing into unlisted equity. Okay. I was in Abu Dhabi, I think Rishi was there. I presented in Abu Dhabi, Rishi, if you remember. I told one company, I'm going to explain you the ecosystem in just another couple of minutes time about ecosystem of India. If you see the ecosystem of equity market, if you have to invest into equity market, and I would request everybody who's on the phone to also focus, because this is a very important thing which I'm telling you. If you want to invest into equity market in India, you have to invest through either National Stock Exchange, which owns almost 90% of the market share, or through Bombay Stock Exchange. These are the 2 exchanges which you can do. There are 2 more exchanges which is coming. One is MSCI, which is an unlisted company, and then another company is NCDX. I spoke about the NCDX story, Rishi, by that time, and that was like 3-4 months ago. NCDX from that time to today's time has already become 3x. And it is still unlisted. NCDX recently got a preferential allotment done where all the who's and who's of India, you talk, whether it's the Zerodhas, whether it's the Grow, whether it's the Sunil Singhania, Madhu Kela, all the people, they invested. So I was walking into the NCDX office. I wanted an allotment of $5 million. And Mr. Nitin Kamath was coming out. So the CFO told me that Nitin Kamath has asked for $15 million, and I saw the final allotment. He only got $2 million. We asked for 5, we got only 1. So that's the power of investing into equity. So the investing is, if you want to invest into equity, we are thinking of buying exchange. We were thinking of becoming the shareholder of exchange, because all the trades will happen there. It's like RERA. If you want to buy properties, you will have to pay 4% to RERA. So RERA, if RERA will come with the shareholder, if they never ever come for public listing, I'll be the first person to buy the shares of RERA. I promise you, because that is how you make money. You will never lose money. Exchange never loses money. It's buy and sell. I'll give you a story. If you invest $100 into any equity, exchange makes money. Let's say 0.1%, you can do the calculation. You sell that share at $50 at a 50% loss. They still make money. So you sell at $200, they still make money. So it's a beautiful business. That's why I started investing in exchanges. Then comes in the ecosystem, there come also the brokers like SDFC Securities, ISEC, and all those things. There's another company, SDFC Security, which is 95% held by SDFC Bank. I'm also a shareholder there. Then comes the investor, which is you. So if you're ever thinking of investing, you think about it. The ecosystem is at the top, the exchanges, at the bottom, middle, it's a broker, at the third layer, which is you. So this is how I think, and I will always request everybody to think like that. These are the companies which is not listed, which when we started the business. So I have a strategy that I will only offer those products to my clients, to our customers, where I can be the shareholders. So that helps actually, because our skin in the game is there. So that is what many people taught me over the last 20 years, that do not sell things which will not give investment returns. Mr. Abdullah spoke a very good story. A government thinking about the developer, he just said that, he wants the developers to make 30% returns. If the developer doesn't make 30% return, how is he going to survive? He needs to do development. He is a master developer. The developers like Ankur Agarwal and all, they need to make money to survive, to bring, and then the brokers should also make. So in the ecosystem, everybody has to make. And also, he said about the affordable housing societies and all. They are thinking about the people who cannot afford a 2,000 or 5,000 dirham per square feet. That is how the government thinks. So this is what I always say, you should always think the products which you are using in your house. Will you invest? So if you are using that products in the house, you can also buy the stocks of those companies because you can relate to those products. If you're living in UAE, invest in UAE. If you are an Indian passport holder, invest in India. I'm not going to talk about much about this because Amit is looking at me, the time he's giving me, he's a clock. So Amit already introduced, people already introduced. I'm just like one of you. We came into this country very early. We are blessed to be part of the journey of UAE. I decided that I'm not going to go back to India, not because I don't love my country, sir. Abdullah sir, I love my country, but I'm in love with this country, I'm going to raise my daughters. I have 2 daughters. I feel my daughters are very safe. So this is why this country is a very safe country. That's why I decided. I do travel to India a lot. Okay, after leaving the job, I've traveled to India 14 times last year. But I always say to people jokingly that I've not been born in this country, but I want to die in this country. That's my way of thanking this country for giving me whatever you have given. While I am a nationalist, I love my country, but this country has been giving me an opportunity to meet all of you. So that's how I always say. I have another co-founder who is the spine of the company, Rahul. He sits in Bangalore. He's the one who's doing all the trades. Many of you would have traded with us, would have interacted with us. He's sitting in Bangalore. We have offices. We started with a headquarter in Bangalore 3 years ago. We have offices in Delhi. We have offices in Calcutta. We have offices in Gurgaon. We have offices in Mumbai. And we have offices in Dubai also. We will also think of offices in my other global cities. But we're going to do it in a staged manner. We are not a funded company. This all things has been done by earning with the company and investing it back into the company. I do not take any salary from this company. I'll make my living out of my investments, which I have done all my life. My idea is to make this company the Anand Rathi Wealth. I think Anand Rathi is also a chartered accountant. I spoke to him multiple times. So Mr. Anand Rathi Wealth, they got listed like 3-4 years ago. It's a $2 billion company. And it's a wealth management company in India. So that's our vision. Very recently, we were approached by Sequoia, which is Peak 15 Ventures now, for funding. We said that we are not ready for funding. They were giving us a very good valuation. I own almost 85-90% of the company, but I said that we want to work hard for the next 10 years and then think about it. I have multiple options. We can do reverse merger. We can go IPO. There's no need. So I always say hard work is very, very important. So that's our vision and motto for the company. From our journey, I always say while I spoke about multiple stories, there are a lot of the stories in the room. There are a lot of stories outside. There's one guy, which is the ace investors, Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. By the way, I'm nowhere related to Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. My name is Piyush Jhunjhunwala, okay? Don't get confused. There's few things which is common in him and me. He's a chartered accountant. He's from Calcutta. He ran away from his house with 5,000 rupees, sir, which is less than $50 in his wallet and back in 1980s. And that is why he's seen all the journeys no more. One thing which he said at the end of his life is that I wish I would have spent a little more time on, I should have invested a little more money on my time and money on my personal health, which he did not. So I also request everybody that don't just get into things. Take your time, relax, enjoy your life also. Hard work is something which you should continue to do. Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Sanjay Agarwal is the CEO of AU Small Finance Bank. He's also a small-timer guy, running a billion-dollar company in India. He's also a chartered accountant. Piyush Goyal ji is a chartered accountant. So there are a lot of people who are chartered accountants. We need to find those inspiring story from there. So that's how I found my inspiring journey. I actually, my role model is Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. I wish I could have ever met him. But whatever he was doing big, I thought, okay, fine, I'll do it small. And from there, a journey of 5 crore rupees, which is $1 million, to almost, we are targeting $100 million of revenue this year. And we are a profit-making company from day one. Okay, that is what makes us different. We are chartered accountants. Dhanda mein paisa banna chahiye. नहीं तो धंधा करने का कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. So there are a lot of loss-making companies. I'll give you an example. Few companies which are going to come with an IPOs. Tata Capital is going to come with an IPO. It's a great company. In the unlisted market, the price is around 600 rupees. I would request each one of you not to buy it in the unlisted. Wait for the IPO. The IPO price is now going to be around 350 to 400 because the valuations we spoke about, the valuation is very, very important. So Tata Capital IPO is coming. Ritesh Agarwal is a good friend. They're going to come with an IPO. Great company. Then there is companies like Zepto, which is again a loss-making company with great product. PhysicsWala is a company which is going to come. Incred is going to come with an IPO. Lot of companies. We are already an investor into these companies long ago. We don't come at the IPO stage. If you see the IPOs, when the IPOs come, then the retail investors coming. So people like you who are chartered accountants, intelligent people, I would request each one of you to think 5 years ahead. Like I said, the Rashal Kema story is a story of today. The real growth is going to be seen in the next 5 years. You will not get opportunity to invest at 5 years because the prices will go up. He just talked about numbers. Look at the number. They just need 5 million people. 5 million people is nothing. Our country, India is going to send at least, I don't know the numbers, Ankur can say the numbers. There are millions of people coming from India to UAE. They want this, they want people like me also. I want to live here forever. I at least know hundreds of people who have reached out to me that we want to come to India. My brother-in-law, last week he flew just to watch the match between India and Pakistan. Yesterday he flew again to watch. So look at the craze. People feel that as if flying from Delhi to Mumbai takes a lot of time, but Mumbai to Dubai is easier. By the time you move from Andheri to Baikala or Andheri to Colaba, you'll be in Dubai. And then you'll be in your hotel within the next 15 minutes. Dubai's make it so easy. Not only Dubai, Abu Dhabi, UAE, everybody. So this is where I always say, pick up early. If you are thinking of becoming a millionaire overnight, the only way is invest into lotteries. Okay, because people like Ankur Bhai, people like us can give you guidance in terms of becoming a millionaire in long term. Wealth is not created overnight. Wealth is created with a lot of hard work, patience, and cultivating. Even they will give you a very simple story. Your child is born and he becomes an adult after 20 years. That is when he actually starts taking care of you. You have to take care of your child for the first 20, 25 years of your life. Then he starts taking care of it. Investments are also like that. Don't think of overnight investments. That's our story. That's from Stockify. So I'm going to end it. If any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Piyush Bhai, for that fascinating sessions you shared on the pre-IPO. And you really open our eyes to the power of catching the opportunities before the rest of world notices them, identify them. And you said that you are not related with the Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, but yes, just right before your session, someone asking me is sitting in front of me only that whether he's related with the Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, but you are sharing a title with him, and of course you both are the stalwarts of the stock industry. So can I have a huge round of applause for Rakesh, Piyush Bhai? See my... And you also mentioned that someone has mentioned that one line that if you want to get the rich overnight, that line I just said was interacting. But yes, with the insightful sessions, if you really want to get rich, then definitely with the guidance and expertise of our speaker Piyush Jhunjhunwala, you can get it not overnight but swiftly as well. So once again, and I think after your session, people will be looking forward to catch you up for that insight. So thank you so much. And do you have any question? One question we can take from the audience. I can see one hand. I request our committee Can you please approach him with the mic?
Hi Piyush, it was a very nice session. I want to check with you, the pre-IPO you mentioned, the valuation is too high. Like the recently listed HDB Financial, and we can see that NSDL, the valuation is very high. And now, the IPO we are talking about, this Tata Capital, NSC, all these things are coming. The PEs are more than 70, 80, the PE is going on. So at this valuation, is it advisable to go and enter into this pre-IPO? Thank you.
Very good question, sir, actually. I don't think so at this valuation, it's important. The valuation is the key, which our dear friend Rakesh Jr. has said in multiple videos. So whenever you buy, you look at how much premium you're paying for it. So at price earning of 70, 75, almost Tata Capital is coming, and pre-IPO is at 100. I don't think so Tatas will ever bring an IPO at 100 P. They will bring at max 30 to 35. So that makes a share price of 300 rupees. So because Tata is a great company, so the market will always pay premium. All the mutual fund guys, all the PEs and all investors will invest, because when you invest into stock market, you don't look at the current PE, you look at the future, always. So at future PEs, even if I give a growth of 20-25%, okay, for Tata, because they are in NBFC and it's a great space to be in, the price earning still is very, very high. So I'll be cautious. I recently invested into Grow. Grow is coming with an IPO. The price earning is around 50. Sometimes I call it FOMO. Sometimes it's called fear of missing out. So I did invest. But then I'm not putting more than X number of dollars. So my rule is that I do not invest more than 1% of my wealth in one company, except NSE, except NCDX, because the entry barrier is huge. You cannot make an exchange. Ankur Bhai today is a billionaire. If he wants to open an exchange in India, he will not be allowed because it is guided by the Parliament of India. So that is why I always say pick up companies where the entry barrier is very huge. I recently invested in NCDX, which is also a third exchange. So just to give you an ecosystem, NSE is at 5 lakh crore market cap. BSE, which is also listed, is at 1 lakh market cap. NCDS is almost at 3,000. I got it at 1,000. I got it at free. So I wanted to put all in, okay, because I believe that the company which is at 1,000 crores. So just to give you a numbers in dollars, sir, it's $100,000, $100 million. This company will become 50 times, 70 times, 100 times in the next 1 decade. I'm very, very confident because I'm putting money on India. India is growing. The stock market penetration of India is less than 4%. Only out of 140 crore people, only 22 crore demat account, and there are multiple demats, by the way. Our company has got 7, 8, and there are only 9 crore or 10 crore PAN holders. So huge population, which is in the age of 29, 30, in the next decade is going to invest. Where are they going to invest? Real estate, equities, all those places. So that is where the power of the youth is going to come into play into India. So Tata Capital, to your question, sir, valuations is high. Just see how much you want to risk, you want to take. You should be part of that story, but not at an absurd price. NSDL is not a right example, sir. There are very good examples. Pace Digitech is a company which is going to come and open IPO on Monday. The average price earning which they're offering is 12. It's a great company. It'll open at 50% premium. I'm very, very sure. I'll be surprised if it doesn't open. So these are the things you should always look in. All of you are intelligent people. All of you are chartered accountant. Just read the numbers and you have the story in your head.
Thank you so much, Piyush Bhai. I think your consultancy hours might be right starting after your session. So with that, I would like to call our chairman, CA Jaiprakash Agrawal, our vice chairman, CA Rishi Chawla, along with that, our committee member, Balram. And sir, Katawala Saab, please come on this stage. Since you were asking that question, please come on to do the honor and present a memento on behalf of the members and ICI Dubai chapter. Thank you so much. Thank you, Piyush Bhai. Thank you so much. You bought, by the way, another 5 minutes with that question. That's mine. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now shift gears from the pre-IPO fortunes to the world of mutual funds and wealth management. As accountant, we often advise. Thank you so much. Ankur Bhai will be back. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Abdullah, for gracing the event. So as accountant, we often advise others to diversify their portfolios. But how often do we pause and ask ourselves, is our own money truly working hard for us? The next session, Your Money, Their Expertise, Your Growth, is designed to answer exactly that. It's about how professional funds managers convert research, discipline, and market insight into the real growth for investors like us. And to introduce our distinguished speakers, may I now invite my colleague and treasurer, CA Ashna Mulgaonkar, on the stage. Can I have a thunderous round of applause for our treasurer? Thank you.
Good morning. We had 3 speakers by now. Everybody told us how to invest. Mr. Abdullah said, there is Russell Khema land. Ankur says, become a developer. Piyush said, there is stocks and unlisted. I got so carried away. Same minute, my phone rings and the bank reminds me your credit card is going to be due in the next 2 days. So please see that money is there in your pocket. Today, coming back to the topic, when it comes to investments and opportunities, male and female has a very, very different way of thinking of investments. Now imagine a typical home environment or a party, any of the get-togethers, where the ladies are sitting and they are all appreciating the jewelry that is there, gold. And the men around the corner, oh, this stock went up and this stock went down, and you know that this is bullish, that is bearish. This is a typical scene for ages. And still, it is never going to change. I can see a lot of smile on Lohia sir's face because he can imagine what his wife must feel. Next time, you have to make your wife happy. Invest in that gold for her because you will also make her happy and your investments are safe. Now, to talk further on this topic today, we have 2 renowned speakers. Aparna Shankar, she is the CIO, Equity of the Wealth Management Company, one of the most seasoned persons in Indian mutual fund industry, having worked over more than 3 decades across India's top-tier mutual funds like SBI Funds Management, UTI. She has been managing funds for more than 13 years across a diverse range of portfolio strategies. Her fund performance was in top quartile across time periods. Aparna is an MBA, PGT Treasury and Forex Management from ICFAI. She also holds an LLB from the University of Mumbai. And after doing all this, she's also passionate for participating in marathons. So, impressive journey, Aparna. The next speaker with us is CA Nishat Khanolkar, the Wealth Company, and he's a director in the Wealth Company and a founding member of the Bharat Value Fund. The Bharat Value Fund is a pre-IPO category to AIF having approximately INR 7 crores in assets under engagement. With over 22 years of experience in investment and fund management, Nishad leads the Bharat Value Fund with a clear mission to uncover long-term value. So, without taking much of your time, let us put our hands together for both our speakers today, Nishad and Aparna.
I think it's proper to say good afternoon. It's almost 12 o'clock. So first of all, before I start, thanks to Dubai CA chapter for inviting me and Aparna over here. Let me set up the tone upfront straight away. As you all know, Aparna is going to speak about the mutual fund. But then the question is, what's the private equity fund manager is doing over here? Simple, 2 reasons. Number 1, Wealth Company's flagship product is private equity, which is Bharat Value Fund, which is not 7 crore, which is 7,000 crore, almost touching a $1 billion in 3 years' times. And you go across globe, wherever, be it India, be it UK, be it Dubai, or be it US. Which segment has given the superior performances? Of course, private equity. Why? There is something in their catchment area. If your catchment area is good, that's where you tend to make the performances. So I am going to start and tell you how private equity, as a private equity culture, we tend to catch the assets, and you need to say that Aparna is going to tell you how exactly this private equity culture, if we try to follow in mutual fund, would, just like private equity tend to give you the better performances, would mutual fund can also give you the better performances. So that correlation part Aparna is going to do. But before that, I am going to talk about 10 to 12 minutes about how, as a private equity fund manager, we are managing almost $1 billion fund, how exactly we pick up the assets. So before I start, I was a speaker at a CA Institute in WIRC exactly 3 months ago, and the chairman over there asked me 2 questions. And he said, Nishad sir, please start with those 2 questions. So I'm going to pose those 2 questions and speak around those 2 questions for next 10 minutes. First, invariably, wherever you invest in any fund, 2 चीजें आप देखते हो. Number 1, the face of the fund manager. Is it proper to look only at the face of the fund manager? And second question, you always do a rear view driving. मतलब past performance देके invest करते हो. So he wanted me to address these 2 questions. The answer to both the questions is no. Today it's a perfect time for me to glorify myself. इतने सीए लोग बैठे हैं, $1 billion का फंड रेस करके बैठा हूँ. I can talk so much about my returns and all those things. But in spite of glorifying myself, मैं खुद बता रहा हूँ, कोई भी फंड होने दो, अकेला फंड मैनेजर फंड सक्सेसफुल नहीं कर सकता है सर. फिर वो प्राइवेट इक्विटी होने दो, पीएमएस होने दो, म्यूचुअल फंड होने दो, कोई भी होने दो. सो व्हाट यू नीड टू सी इज व्हाट इज द बैकग्राउंड अबाउट द ग्रुप. कभी भी किसी भी फंड में इन्वेस्ट करते हो, try to look at the background about the group, because background about the group is always important and directly attributable towards the success of the fund. So very quickly, जब हम एक प्राइवेट इक्विटी फंड मैनेज करते हैं, जैसे हमारा फंड है, हमारा इंटेंशंस क्या है? I invest in those companies which are IPO in 3 years. $1 billion का फंड का प्रेजेंटेशन खत्म हो गया. I know my end game very well. And why I am saying this? सिंपल क्वेश्चन आप पूछोगे, हाउ डू यू कम टू नो किसका आईपीओ आने किसका आईपीओ नहीं आने वाला है? बिकॉज ट्रेडिशनली वी वर पेंटोमेथ ग्रुप. व्हाट पेंटोमेथ ग्रुप हैज डन? वी हैव एग्जीक्यूटेड एग्जैक्टली 118 आईपीओज इन इंडिया इन लास्ट 12 years. 12 साल में 118 आईपीओ इंडिया में किसी ने नहीं किए. Last month, in the month of August, probably the only merchant banker in the history of India to do 3 main board IPO back to back. That's what Pentomath Group is all about. So we know how exactly the IPO market works, what are the compliances, what are the regulations, what basically mutual fund, insurance and bank do ask on that particular date. So keeping in that, again I come to the same question which WRC chairman asked me. क्या अकेला फंड मैनेजर फंड सक्सेसफुल कर सकता है कि नहीं कर सकता है? So just imagine the Pentomath Group starts its vertical with the IPO, doing 118 IPOs in 12 years. The wealth company started its private equity fund exactly 3.5 years ago, and 3.5 साल में $1 billion रेस करना प्राइवेट इक्विटी में, आप भी जानते हो, it's not so easy. And now we are starting with mutual fund. क्यों? Because it is not a one-man army. It is the background about the group. So I am going to tell you how a background about the group, अकेला फंड मैनेजर फंड सक्सेसफुल नहीं कर सकता है. हाउ द बैकग्राउंड अबाउट द ग्रुप इज डायरेक्टली एट्रीब्यूटेबल टुवर्ड्स द सक्सेस ऑफ द ग्रुप. अब मेरा इंटेंशन क्या है? मुझे उस कंपनी में पैसा लगाना है जिसका 3 साल में मुझे एग्जिट है. आई एम डन. सो हाउ डज दैट हेल्प मी? मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट, अभी व्हेन अपन स्टार्ट्स विद म्यूचुअल फंड, द सेम सेटअप पीछे है. आईपीओ टीम ने 118 आईपीओ किए, सेम सेटअप पीछे था. तो ये सेम सेटअप है विच इज गोइंग टू हेल्प ऑल द वर्टिकल्स अक्रॉस माई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. सो पेंटोमेथ ग्रुप, I have done 118 IPOs, I know how to do the exit. So what Pentomath, if I invest in a company, how does Pentomath Group helps my promoter? Promoter का सबसे बड़ा weakness क्या है? He doesn't know the compliances, or maybe probably he is slightly weak on the compliances. So as a fund manager, I would take care of his compliances. See, I have only one thing in my mind, and that is, you know what? Relieve promoter of all the responsibilities. Let him do only one thing in life, that is called dhanda. Am I only a financial investor? No, sir. I am much beyond financial investor. सिर्फ पैसा नहीं दे रहा हूँ. So my Pentomath Group, if I am investing in one company, for example, you know Haldiram, family has 90% stake, my fund has 10% stake. What are my arrangements with all my promoters? That you take care of धंधा, I will take care of your compliances. That's what my support system number 1. Imagine करो, आप promoter हो, आपको 3 साल में IPO करने का है, और मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ, I am giving you money also, and don't worry sir, I'll take care of your compliances also. You're happy? Compliance हो गए? 80% वेटेज बैलेंस शीट आईपीओ के दिन कंप्लायंसेस को दिया जाता है. आई एम श्योर यू वुड नो असित मेहता वेरी वेल. द ओनली लेडी चेयरमैन इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ बॉम्बे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज वाज फ्रॉम असित सी मेहता. असित मेहता क्या देता है सर? प्रमोटर का आईपीओ तो कर दिया. पोस्ट आईपीओ सपोर्ट. Frankly speaking, when I started Series 1, we had only pre-IPO support, we had post-IPO support. And that's where we thought we are the best person in the world. And then we realized, no, it's not the way. We realized that in today's world, it could be anybody's business. आपका business हो, मेरा business हो. If I want to grow, I need to have the support of artificial intelligences. So that's where we made heavy investments into artificial intelligences. Analyst.ai and LeadZen. These are owned by us. कैसे support करते हैं? आप promoter हो, मैंने आपको पैसा दिया, आपको भी पता है your IPO is going to come in 3 years. What you will do? You are expected to chase the revenue. एंड वी आर चेसिंग द रेवेन्यू बिकॉज हायर द रेवेन्यू हायर द वैल्यूएशन. इसके पहले वाले प्रेजेंटेशन में पीयूष भाई वही बोल के गए. When you are trying to chase the revenue, you are trying to attract bad debts. As a fund manager, you are expecting me to get into your day-to-day operations. एक तो friction हो जाएंगे, आपको अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, and that's not my core competence also. But I have given you an app where India की किसी भी कंपनी का listed हो, unlisted हो, imagine कीजिए, GST default, TDS default, criminal liability against the promoter, जो views SEBI on the date of IPO आपको reject करने वाली है, वो मैं आपको अगले 10 मिनट में बता दूँ. You will might not even as well invest यार. हम लोग क्या करते हैं सर, कंपनी अच्छी लगती है, कंपनी में जाके विजिट करते हैं, उसका ड्यू डिलिजेंस करते हैं और 6 महीने के बाद पता चलता है बहुत बड़ा होल है, वी कैन नॉट इन्वेस्ट. इमेजिन आई टेल यू 10 मिनट्स, डो नॉट इन्वेस्ट इन दिस कंपनी. सो व्हाट इज दिस? दिस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हेल्प्स मी इन टेलिंग मी द डेंजर कमिंग इन माई वे. कल जब अपर्णा म्यूचुअल फंड चालू करेगी, सेम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इज गोइंग टू हेल्प हर ऑल्सो. शी इज गोइंग टू स्पीक इन नेक्स्ट 7 to 8 minutes. एंड नेक्स्ट वन इज लीड्स इन. सर क्या है, धंधा कैसे ग्रो करेगा प्रमोटर? सिर्फ पैसा देके इफ आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग प्रमोटर धंधा ग्रो करेगा, एज अ फंड मैनेजर आई एम स्टेइंग इन अ फुल पैराडाइज. वो होता नहीं है सर. सो लीड्स इन हेल्प्स यू इन जनरेटिंग द लीड्स. सर क्या दिखा मैंने पीछे आपको? एज अ प्रमोटर हो, व्हाट एम आई गिविंग यू? एम आई फाइनेंशियल इन्वेस्टर? यस. बट एम आई ओनली अ फाइनेंशियल इन्वेस्टर? नो. आई एम गिविंग यू वन स्टॉप शॉप. यू आर अ ग्रोन अप कंपनी, आप धंधा बढ़ाओ, बाकी सब मैं देखता हूँ. सो व्हेन यू गिव वन स्टॉप शॉप, what happens? The failure rate starts going down, and when your failure rate starts going down, you tend to make money on the law of averages. क्रिकेट एंड फंड मैनेजमेंट दोनों एक ही प्रिंसिपल पे चलते हैं. आपको एवरेजेस पे स्कोर करना है. क्रिकेट में भी 10 टीम है, मेरे फंड 10 प्लेयर्स है, मेरे फंड में भी 10 कंपनी रहती है. टिपिकल प्राइवेट इक्विटी में क्या होता है? एक होती है मल्टी बिलियनर, 4 उड़ जाती है. द लार्जेस्ट इन्वेस्टर इन माई फंड वॉज आस्किंग मी द सेम क्वेश्चन कि आज तक सीरीज 1, सीरीज 2, सीरीज 3, सीरीज 4 यू इन्वेस्टेड इन सो मेनी अनलिस्टेड कंपनीज. आज तक तेरे फंड में एक्सीडेंट क्यों नहीं हुआ है? आज तक एक्सीडेंट क्यों नहीं है? हैविंग एक्सीडेंट इन प्राइवेट इक्विटी इज अ वेरी कॉमन थिंग. द आंसर इज दिस. आई ट्राई टू स्कोर ऑन द लॉ ऑफ एवरेजेस. हाई रिस्क हाई रिटर्न सीए में सिखाया गया था. सॉरी टू से वी डू नॉट एग्री इन दैट. लोअर डाउन द रिस्क, देन यू टेंड टू मेक मनी ऑन द लॉ ऑफ एवरेजेस. सो दैट्स व्हाट वी बिलीव. सीए के चेयरमैन में, डब्ल्यूआरसी के चेयरमैन में पहला क्वेश्चन पूछा था, शुड वी इन्वेस्ट ओनली ऑन द फेस ऑफ द फंड मैनेजर? माई आंसर वॉज नो, एंड मैंने पीछे सब्सटेंशिएट किया व्हाई नो. सो दिस इज द आर्मी स्टैंडिंग बिहाइंड मी. डब्ल्यूआरसी के चेयरमैन का सेकंड क्वेश्चन लेता हूं. आपके नॉर्मली सिलेक्शन पैरामीटर्स क्या होते हैं? आपको देखिए सर, लॉ ऑफ एवरेजेस की मैंने बात की. टिपिकली यू कैन चेक माई यूट्यूब इंटरव्यूज व्हेन आवर AUM वॉज प्रैक्टिकली 0 3.5 years ago. आई यूज्ड टू फ्लैश द सेम स्लाइड. आज 7,000 करोड़ पे भी यही स्लाइड फ्लैश कर रहा हूं. किसी भी कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट करते हो, वी ट्राई टू यूज दिस स्लाइड्स. आपको ये देखना है कि दिस स्लाइड हैज बेसिकली हेल्प मी इन माई इंप्रूविंग सिलेक्शन पैरामीटर्स. व्हेन अपर्णा स्टार्ट्स हर म्यूचुअल फंड, शी विल टेल हर आइडियाज. तो प्राइवेट इक्विटी अप्रोच इन म्यूचुअल फंड मुझे नहीं लगता आज तक किसी ने इंडिया में क्या दुनिया में यूज किया है. सो हियर वेल्थ कंपनी हैज ऑलरेडी बीन सक्सेसफुली डन प्राइवेट इक्विटी. नाउ द म्यूचुअल फंड इज गोइंग टू कम विद द सेम आइडिया. तो सिलेक्शन पैरामीटर्स क्या है? अल्टीमेटली व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू डू इज गोइंग टू स्कोर ऑन द लॉ ऑफ एवरेजेस. सबसे पहला, एग्जिट ओरिएंटेशन, एंश्योर प्रॉफिट बुकिंग. किताबों में क्या सिखाया था? एंटर द कंपनी, नर्चर द कंपनी, एग्जिट द कंपनी. एंट्री करो, कंपनी को ग्रो करो, कंपनी को बेचो. करेक्ट है. रियल लाइफ में आने के बाद पता चला नहीं, धंधा तो उल्टा होता है. पहले बेचो. When I gave my first presentation to Goldman Sachs Asia Pac head, I was there कि हमने ये एंट्री पैरामीटर यूज किए. I am going to grow the company like this. Kevin asked me only 3 questions. एग्जिट कहाँ करेगा, कब करेगा, और नहीं होगा तो क्या होगा. He was not interested in my entry parameters. He was not interested in my growth parameters. Exit, exit, exit in a simple way. Exit करो. प्राइवेट इक्विटी में क्या है? पैसा बैंक अकाउंट में आता है. एग्जिट मत करो, पेपर पे पैसा है. आपको बैंक अकाउंट में पैसा चाहिए कि पेपर में पैसा चाहिए? सो फर्स्ट क्लॉज ऑफ माई प्राइवेट इक्विटी, किसी को भी पैसा दिया, सर आपको 30 महीने में IPO करना है. आपको 30 महीने में IPO करना है, नहीं करना है तो आई एम वॉकिंग आउट. I can get negotiated with promoter on the valuation, buyback clause, any damn clause I can get negotiated. But जहाँ exit पे promoter ने मेरे साथ negotiation करना चालू कर दिया, back out. म्यूचुअल फंड में exit का मतलब क्या है? Ensure liquidity. जहाँ liquidity नहीं है, stock की liquidity नहीं है, enter मत करो. What I am trying to tell you friends, मैं आपको selection parameters बता रहा हूँ. And taking a clue from Goldman Asia Pac head, मैंने selection parameter चालू exit से कर दिया. The first clause I am talking is about exit and not about entry. And friends, this is selection, this is entry parameters. और मैं चालू कर रहा हूँ exit से. Next, straightforward businesses. हम लोग बहुत बार पैसा लगाते हैं. यू कैन फॉलो दिस इन योर डे टू डे स्टॉक पिकिंग ऑल्सो. जो धंधा समझ में नहीं आते उसमें लगा देते हैं, मत करो. स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड बिजनेसेस. आई वुड नॉट टेक मोर देन 2 minutes टू एक्सप्लेन यू एनी ऑफ माई इन्वेस्टिंग कंपनीज. 2 minutes लगेगा. So that's called straightforward businesses. Probably the fund has given better returns because regional brand growing to national brand, also called as emerging leader. हम क्या करते हैं normally? हम हमेशा buzz of the town, we tend to invest in a buzz of the town. बॉलीवुड के फिल्म स्टार ने लगा दिया, क्रिकेट आइकन ने इन्वेस्ट कर दिया, हम लोग इन्वेस्ट करते हैं. लेट मी टेल यू, buzz of the town is already at a premium. If you want to make money in fund management, I can assure you there is only one way you can make money, and that is enter low. इसकी प्राइस 10 रुपए है. इफ somebody is trying to tell me I can sell this for $12, let me tell you, ब्लफ कर रहा है. पैसा कमाने के साथ में एंट्री मारो. तो रीजनल ब्रांड को पैसा दो, गिव हिम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, गिव हिम ऑल द सपोर्ट, अलाउ हिम टू गो टू द नेशनल लेवल. एंट्री और एग्जिट के बीच में जो प्रॉफिट कमाओगे उससे कमाओगे, ब्रांड वैल्यूएशन से एक्स्ट्रा कमाते हो. आई एम नॉट ओनली प्रेसिंग ऑन द प्रॉफिट, आई एम ऑल्सो प्रेसिंग ऑन द ब्रांड वैल्यूएशन. दोनों से कमा रहे हो. दैट इज वेयर आई मेक दिस मनी. My last exit was at 8x in 17 months. I'm sure you would know Silver Consumer Electricals very well. Hardik Pandya जिसका brand ambassador है. The company's balance sheet went up by 3 times, whereas I made 3.5 times in 17 months. I made exit at 8x. Why? Because ऊपर का पैसा brand valuation ने कमा के दिया था मुझे. Brand नहीं रहता तो 3x का शायद 4x, 5x हो जाता है, 8x नहीं हो जाता. So that's where you can make the exponentially more returns. Next point. I know I'm going to hurt you. Those who are unlisted investors, I am 100% going to hurt your ego, but my apologies for that. पूरा अनलिस्टेड मार्केट इंडिया में क्या चल रहा है सर? सेकेंडरी. सेकेंडरी मतलब एक दूसरे को बेचो. सर सीए में क्या सिखाता है? व्हेन वी आर डूइंग सेकेंडरी, सिंपल इन सब है सर. प्राइमरी मतलब कंपनी के अंदर पैसा जाता है, सेकेंडरी मतलब इन्वेस्टर्स को अमीर हो जाता है. प्राइमरी करो. व्हाई दिस फंड इज सक्सेसफुल? बिकॉज वी ऑलवेज गिव अ ग्रोथ कैपिटल. व्हेन यू गिव द प्राइमरी, कंपनी के पास 10 मशीन है, कल 15 मशीनरी हो जाती है. बाय डिफॉल्ट बैलेंस शीट साइज बढ़ती है. नेवर एवर चेस द वैल्यूएशंस. आज ऊपर है, कल नीचे है, परसों ऊपर है, यू डू नॉट नो. ट्राई टू इंक्रीज द बैलेंस शीट साइज ऑफ द कंपनी. रेवेन्यू बढ़ाओ, प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी बढ़ाओ, वैल्यूएशंस विल चेस यू. वैल्यूएशन को चेस करना है आपको. मतलब क्या है? आपको वैल्यूएशन चेस करना है. नेवर चेस द वैल्यूएशन, ट्राई टू इंक्रीज द बैलेंस शीट साइज ऑफ द कंपनी. इसीलिए हम हमेशा ग्रोथ कैपिटल देते हैं. जब आप सेकेंडरी करते हो, प्रमोटर के पास होंडा सिटी है, कल आ जाती है मसराती. बैलेंस शीट साइज चेंज करते हो, प्राइमरी देते हो, कंपनी के पास 10 मशीनरी है, कल 20 मशीनरी हो जाती है. एज अ रिजल्ट मार्केट डाउन भी जाएगा, आपका प्रॉफिट ऊपर जाता है, आपका वैल्यूएशन ऊपर जाता है. दैट्स वेयर द सेकंड क्लॉज. द नेक्स्ट क्लॉज इज माय डार्लिंग क्लॉज, सब्सटेंशियल प्रमोटर शेयर होल्डिंग. दिस इज द किलर. yesterday I was with the largest fund, मेरा फंड का जो सबसे बड़ा इन्वेस्टर था उसके साथ था मैं, and he was asking me the same question, तेरे फंड में एक्सीडेंट क्यों नहीं है? Probably this is the case. Substantial promoter shareholding. Again, I'm going to my Goldman boss I was working with him closely 20 years ago. He made one beautiful statement. And that statement was, mind mapping is more important than the watertight agreement. I myself was a lawyer, but instead of being a lawyer, apologies to all the lawyers in this house, Aparna bhi lawyer hai. ये जो watertight agreement है ना, mind map करो. मेरे सभी इन्वेस्टिंग कंपनी में प्रमोटर स्टिल होल्डिंग 70, 75, 80% स्टेक. सेकंड जनरेशन बिजनेसेस में प्रमोटर 70, 75% स्टेक पकड़ के बैठा है. उसका सेकंड जनरेशन बिजनेसेस में मल्टीपल बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स इज अ कर्स टू एन इंडियन अनलिस्टेड एंटिटी. वो नहीं है. आप क्या देख रहे हो? प्रमोटर टैक्सेस टाइम पे भर रहा है. सिंपल 4 क्लॉजेस है यार. मतलब क्या देख रहा है प्रमोटर? प्रमोटर इज लुकिंग एट अ लॉन्ग रनवे. वो प्रमोटर आपको नहीं डुबा सकता है. मैप द माइंड. आजकल क्या हो रहा है? सॉरी टू से 10% इक्विटी है प्रमोटर के पास और प्रमोटर चलाता है पॉडकास्ट करने के लिए. पॉडकास्ट से पैसा रेस कर रहे हैं. आप प्राइवेट इक्विटी को उस प्रमोटर को पैसा देना है जिसके पास 10% इक्विटी और वो पॉडकास्ट देख के पैसा लगा रहे हो. सर मे गॉड ब्लेस यू, मे गॉड ब्लेस यू. मैं आपको जो दिखा रहा है वहां एक्सीडेंट कम करने के पॉइंट्स बता रहा हूं. द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट इज मार्जिन ऑफ सेफ्टी. आपको लिस्टेड अनलिस्टेड में आपको गैप है. एंटर, मैंने वही बताया था, एंटर लो इज द ओनली वे यू कैन मेक द मनी इन द फंड मैनेजमेंट. Check cash burn, probably we do not know what is loss making companies. Very sorry. We do not know. 90% of the money we have invested are in a PAT and a cash flow positive companies. Last proven track record. Artificial intelligence strong है. चलेगा कब? डेटा है तो चलेगा ना. AI बिना डेटा के AI कैसे चलेगा सर? इसीलिए the youngest company in my portfolio is maybe 15 years old. 15 years का डेटा है artificial intelligence को स्टडी करने के लिए. फ्रेंड्स, मैंने आपको क्या दिखा है? In a simple way. Again summarizing, I know you are awaiting Aparna to come here very soon. I am scoring on the law of averages. So point here is, summarized point is that वेल्थ कंपनी का जो प्राइवेट इक्विटी फंड है 7,000 करोड़ रेस के तो डेफिनेटली परफॉर्मेंसेस अच्छे दिए सर. सेबी रेगुलेशन में आ रहा हूँ, इसके लिए परफॉर्मेंस बता नहीं सकता हूँ, वेबसाइट पे सब कुछ लगा हुआ है. दिस सिलेक्शन पैरामीटर्स हैव इनवेरिएबली हेल्प मी इन रिड्यूसिंग माई एक्सीडेंट्स एंड परफॉर्मिंग बेटर. When Aparna is going to come, cultural background same hai, support same hai, she is going to have the same methodology in her stock picking in mutual fund also. I am sure there are all the good reasons, the performances which we have done into the AIF private equity, the same performance Aparna will give into the mutual fund. Her mutual fund has already started. I am not here for selling my private equity, वो मेरा intention नहीं है, I am full of my private equity. But हमारा NFO चालू हो चुका है, Aparna is coming up next. So please hear her out. And आपको कोरिलेशन देखने का है कि प्राइवेट इक्विटी ने दुनिया में जो परफॉर्मेंसेस दिए, उसका रीज़न मैंने पीछे है गट्स टू शो माई सिलेक्शन पैरामीटर्स, नॉर्मली कोई दिखाता नहीं है. सेम पैरामीटर्स के साथ अपना म्यूचुअल फंड आने वाला है. सो प्लीज़ हियर हर आउट. नेक्स्ट 20 मिनट्स गोज टू माई डियर कलीग, माई डियर फ्रेंड अपर्णा शंकर. सो ओवर टू यू अपर्णा.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Dubai, for the warm welcome and kind of attendance on a Sunday. जैसे जय पूछ रहे थे ना अब्दुल्ला जी को कि कैसे टाइम दिया फैमिली ने आपको यहाँ आने के लिए. So thank you so much. Little background about me first. I have spent almost 35 years in mutual fund industry. First 15 years in the Unit Trust of India and last almost 18 years in the SBI mutual fund. So I think I don't know anything about anything beyond mutual fund. What I know, जैसे Piyush was saying कि he wants to die in this country, I think I will maybe investors को service करते करते ही खत्म हो जाए तो अच्छा है. So that's the thing. And one question I would like to address is that SBI mutual fund में मेरा काफ़ी अच्छा चल रहा था, वैसे कुछ तकलीफ थी नहीं वहाँ पे. Then why did I take such a big challenge or maybe such a big decision to leave the largest mutual fund in India and join the youngest one? I think there are two reasons, and Nisha talked a lot about the management, why the management is important. Even for me as a fund manager, management has always been the moat, the driving force behind a business for a profitable and sustainable growth. That was one major reason why I joined the Wealth company. When I met Madhu Lunawat, the promoter, I was really amazed at her confidence, the commitment and the kind of energy she has. I think it's very contagious energy, and I felt, my God, what a kind of entrepreneur. And that's where I felt, why should I not? Why should I not join this company? Another reason was also very compelling, in the sense that the very young AMC was looking at my experience, which I had almost at two wonderful institutions, Unit Trust of India and the SBI Mutual Fund. If I am able to help them to set up their investment process, investment philosophy and investment team, I thought that's going to help finally the investors, and that was another reason for me to take this great leap and change organization. So here I am. I have joined the Wealth company 6 months back. At SBI Mutual Fund, I joined in 2007. I had joined as a research analyst. I think many of you would know that SBI Mutual Fund doesn't employ or appoint direct fund managers. The grind is very, 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 kind of very hard. So you have to join as a research analyst, and maybe as the time passes or as you gain the expertise and knowledge, then you are given higher opportunity, higher responsibilities. So in maybe 5 years time, I started managing the funds. I was, as an analyst, I was tracking cement, capital goods and textile as sectors. And I think I was the most lucky fund manager there in the SBI Mutual Fund, because barring AIF, I managed almost all the strategies. So I started with international mandates, advisory discretionary, then the thematic funds, ESG fund, sectoral funds, and the last fund which I was managing was for you all investors, because I was managing SBI Resurgent India Opportunities Fund. I'm sure there are many distributors who have helped to grow the fund, and there were investors from the long time, and I'm happy that they were all happy investors. So that was for the MENA region, that was a multi-cap strategy. Another what I thought, and I learned under the great leadership, Navneet was there, Vasan was there, many of you both know them, is that how do you size up your opportunities, or how is it important to size up an opportunity when you have it in a portfolio? Actually, there are a lot of studies which kind of suggest that the advantage of diversification is only limited to 30-35 number of stocks. And when I was managing PMAs, I had an upper limit of 25 number of stocks. I'm just giving a little background so that when I talk about the wealth company and the processes, it helps you to understand better or maybe appreciate little better. So I never reached that 25, okay. I was always at 22, 23 number of stocks. And I'll maybe share one beautiful kind of a success story. I had 3 silos of identifying different stocks and having some weights. So highest conviction, on the comfort on the valuation you have highest weight, maybe 7%. Lower either of these, then the 7%. And if you understand, okay, there is a tailwind, there is a tactical investment, then you go at 3%. So in those parameters, I had bought 5% of Bajaj Finserv, because this has happened in the reality. That's why I'm taking the name of the stock. And as it was important to size up, I kept on building that to 7% and beyond that. Then the stock did so well, I was really kind of used to think at 10, it became 10% of the fund. And it was really a courageous thing to hold on with that stock and that kind of a weight. But I was so confident about the growth story about that stock, I allowed it to go up to 12%. Then I said, okay, now here I have to be really little more cognizant about the kind of a risk which it is emerging. Because we are not only the fund managers or investment managers, we are also risk managers, equally important role for us. Then I started trimming down that, and then finally I exited at when it become maybe 5-6 times in the portfolio in 3-4 years. So that was the kind of, the way I have managed is that I have always believed in sizing the opportunity and taking those kind of outlier kind of calls. Not in all stocks. I don't want to run a fund. I never run a fund like a James Bond. It was not my cup of tea. But I have understood that how it is important to have a fund which is optimally diversified, and you need to have that kind of a conviction in a stock, and you should size up those opportunities. Being saying that, I think I'll have few slides to show. I'll just run through them. Is it green? Okay. So the wealth company, okay, one more story. When I had joined Unit Trust of India in the year 1989, there were only 5 mutual funds, okay. And when I left SBI Mutual Fund, there are almost 50. I feel in 35 years, from 5 to 50, just 10 times growth in mutual fund is not so great. I think next few years we'll see many more funds, and the size will become maybe 100 plus mutual funds. So we are just at the mid-teens kind of a level. That's what I believe. And as Nishad was saying, even I think Piyush was saying, we can't give birth to an adult. We have to give a birth to a child or maybe a newborn. And then after taking its care for maybe 15-20 years, you are really reaping the benefits of that. So that is how it is. I mean, only the name or the license is new. The people who are working in the wealth company are all seasoned people. Look at the executive team. Prasanna has 25 years of experience. He was ex-CEO of Taurus Mutual Fund. Mr. Debashish Mukherjee, Mr. Debashish Mohanty is our Chief Strategy Officer. He has worked almost 37 years in Unit Trust of India, taking care of the marketing field. Mr. B.Y. Joshi was in Nippon. He set up all the operational, domain there. He was in 360, again has more than 30 years of experience. I have 35 years of experience. Umesh, my colleague, CIO, fixed income, he has 25 years of experience. His last working was with Franklin Templeton. So that is the kind of, seasoned leadership we have, and these are the people who are managing the important functions of the wealth company. That's why I say it's only the name is new, or maybe the license is new, but all the team is all seasoned, and I think you should not have any concerns about the funds, how we will be managed, and whether should we invest in a new mutual fund. So when I joined the wealth company 6 months back, and last 6 months, I have spent this time in building and refining the investment philosophy based on my learnings and the investment team also. So what I have, I'm coming from a very fundamental basis, at SBI Mutual Fund, I think the fund house was known for its bottom-up stock picking, high conviction ideas. That is what I am bringing to the new company. While the group has, tech-enabled investments into tech-enabled businesses, they have a analytical or tech background, and that's the investment philosophy fusion we have created. So as you would understand, or you would, agree that change is the only constant. Everyone believes that. I strongly believe in it. And when I started managing the fund maybe 12 years back, buy and hold strategy was still in flavor. I had those classic stocks like maybe Asian Paints. We could buy that, stay invested for maybe 5-6 years, nothing happens, it just goes run one way. But now in the current environment, these are the things which, where the environment has become so kind of a disruptive, businesses are getting disrupted very fast, very frequently. You have to be very agile in managing the funds. Okay, so you have to be very mindful about where you are investing. Not only your investment should be, kind of agile, but even your monitoring of the portfolio has to be very, more frequent and more vigilant. That is what I bring to the table. So when we are building the investment philosophy, we said that we will, will not confuse the investor more. We'll have it very basic, go to the base, go to the elements, define your philosophy, and that's how we have come with this change as the philosophy. So for every alphabet of this word change, we have attached an important factor. C for capable management, H for historical performance of the company, operational performance, financial performance, A, attractive valuation. I think all the three speakers spoke about it. Unless and until you are entering at a better, valuation or reasonably right valuation, the probability of generating better returns is very low. You will be compromising that probability. So this is the part and parcel of the investment philosophy. Then navigating the business across multiple cycles. COVID has been such a great teacher for us. There were many businesses which, disrupted and not existing now. There are many businesses which have emerged. Like Blinkit or Zomato was not there before COVID, but then during the COVID it has emerged, and see how beautifully that has, grown. But there were also some examples. I can talk about maybe airlines business. There were some companies which were existing, and now there are at least 2 less companies in airlines. But there was one leader. What did they do differently, and how as an analyst or a fund manager, we were early to identify that and invest in that stock is very important. So the leader, when the air travel or the passengers were not traveling, they increased their cargo space, belly space. They started carrying more cargo, more logistics, and that's how they survived and thrived. And that's how, the leaders are, these are the things which help us to understand. And we are so, close to that kind of information. I think that's what helps us. And then the governance. As an investor, SEBI allows us only to invest 10% maximum in any company. So we are minority shareholders and we are not majority shareholders. We are not going to run the business. But how the majority shareholder has treated the minority shareholders in the past is also important. Look at the dividend policy, look at the preference share ratios, look at the transparency of the accounting is very important to understand how this company is going to do in the future. And then the earnings growth, it's not only about what has happened in the history, but also it is important to understand how this business is going to do at least in next 3-4 years, so that you have a better visibility of that business. Then we have these are all the internal factors, these are all more controllable factors by the management. And there are only two environments which help any stock to perform. One is the internal environment, we can say earnings growth. Another is external environment, which is a valuation growth. Beyond these two factors, stock में कुछ भी नहीं होता है और कुछ third factor है ही नहीं जिससे वो stock का performance आता है. So we have to also be mindful about what happens externally. So these are the factors what we look at as a age factor. This is an overlay of age. Exchange related factors, volume change, price change, volatility, domestic factors, GDP growth, interest rates. There are different companies which grow in a different set of regimes. High interest rate, there are different companies. Maybe gold lending finance companies will do better. Low interest rate, maybe capital goods industries will do better because they need सस्ता पैसा capex के लिए, वो वहाँ से आता है. Then the global factors, kind of FI money inflows, outflows. There could be some companies without any change in anything happening in the internal environment, only because the FI money is going out, they get impacted. Look at a very, recent example of a private bank leader. There is nothing going wrong inside the company, but only because FI money is going out, the stock is not performing for last 6 months. So when you are building a portfolio, we have to be mindful of these factors also. And then the last E. I mean, in these many years, I have seen many of my colleagues, getting stuck in a stock. We should not get connected emotionally, or that kind of a human bias should not creep in. That's why, as Nishant was also saying, at what price, because of which factors you are going to exit the stock at the point of entry only you should be aware, or you should map that. So if there is a better opportunity, why should we get stuck in a stock? We should always look at a better opportunity to generate better returns for the investors. If there is a disruption, like take an example of a paints industry. I mean, I talked about the darling of the market, the leader of the paints industry. When there were two small competitors which entered maybe 4-5 years back, the leader lost almost 2-3% of their market share. Somehow I feel that was the time when the underperformance started. If that leader would have given little more hit, maybe the stronger competition would have not entered with such a force. And now with that strong competitor, the company has lost almost 12-13% of the market share. And the stock has not done anything in last 1.5 years. And I don't think it is going to do anything in the next few years also. Because now the doors are wide open for the competition. So these are the businesses we should avoid while constructing a portfolio. Then that's what I was talking about. Exit and rebalancing strategy is very important. So this is the investment philosophy we have as an organization level philosophy. So if somebody is, we don't believe in any star fund managers, neither we have any star fund managers. Our stars are, these processes and philosophies. The systems which you are going to follow will be the star. So if I am there, maybe after a few years or not, should not matter. Your money will be run or maybe invested, or the portfolios will be constructed in a similar fashion what we are laying this stone now. And this is about the portfolio construction. So as Piyush was mentioning, there are almost 5,000 plus companies. And it's not humanly possible to look at these companies, meet this management first and then decide. What happens when you're meeting the management first is that also the human behavior or human bias comes into place. When you're meeting any person, you already are decided whether you are going to invest in that company or not. That kind of human bias should not creep in. That's why you're using the analytical tools. Maybe the analyst AI is the platform what we will be using and bring it down to a, filter the stocks on multiple parameters, bring it down to 400 and there to score it on a Z scores on quality, growth and value. What we are trying to do is that we don't want to lose any opportunity, but at the same time we should have, those only opportunities which are, you are doing deep analysis, deep dive, going under the hood and identifying those stocks. That is the purpose of this whole portfolio construction process. And we got this tested for last 20 years and the performance, results were really very good. So this is what we are trying to achieve is that better returns with lower volatility. Now I'll just talk about the what does fund managers bring it to the why you should allow the fund managers to or maybe their expertise to help you to generate better returns is that they have the information arbitrage. They have a better information. I can just give you an example of maybe an MNC company leader in the washing machines maybe, I can't name the company. The company was what, 80% held by the promoters and they came to sell. They wanted to cash out from Indian market. They sold it without any reason. Foreign owners just wanted to cash out the valuation the stock was rating at. That was impactful for the Indian investor. Why should they, allow that kind of things to happen? That was a trigger for me to exit all my MNC stocks because I realized if this one company is doing like this, there will be multiple such companies will follow the suit. And there were multiple companies. There were even capital goods companies which did the same thing. There were some other companies also did. So these are the kind of nuances. Maybe when you are managing your own stocks directly, you may not have that kind of information. That's why I think our role is important. And then I'll just take 1 or 2 slides on FlexiCap. Why this FlexiCap category is very important to have. I think this is a classic product mutual fund industry has and I think every investor should have it in its portfolio. The advantage of having a FlexiCap is that the fund manager has a flexibility to switch between different market caps, large cap, mid cap or small cap because not all market caps move in a tandem and there are different times where these market caps perform differently. So that is the reason because we are understanding that we can navigate our portfolio better in this way. FlexiCap is the largest category in the mutual fund industry. It is almost 30% higher than the large cap and almost 20% higher than the mid cap category. A lot of money is getting invested into this category. I think this is the must watch kind of a thing. This category was opened by SEBI in November 2020. And from there to now, from 1.6 lakh crore, it has grown to 5 lakh crores, almost 128% CAGR, amazing. And I think that's why are the investors preferring this is that because the fund category also as an average has done very well. If you compare it with large cap for the longer duration like 2 years, 3 years, 5 years type, I think this is a must watch and must invest kind of a category. And this should be a part of your portfolio is what I would suggest. I'll stop here and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Nishad Saab, please come. So thank you so much Aparna ji and Nishad Saab for that wonderful and insightful session. You have shown us that how the right expertise can truly transform savings into the growth and given us a lot of to reflect on when it comes to our own investment choices. Please come on, sir. And with that, I would like to call our chairman, CA Jayaprakash Agrawalji, and our dynamic lady, CA Ashna Mulgaonkar, on the stage. And along with that, the two members, this is the year of members. So with that, I would like to call Mahesh Ji Bhatia on the stage and Mukesh Shah Ji, he was here. I think, can you just please call him quickly to present a memento on behalf of the ICI Dubai chapter and the members. Ashna Ji, please come. And I think Mukesh Shah is, I think, not here. So, same sir, he is here, okay, please. Please come on the stage, sir, to present the memento. Thank you so much once again, Aparna Ji and Nishad Bhai, for that insightful session. Members, I am just noticing the backbenchers are koi bhi clap nahi kar raha hai. Sir, this session is for all the members, so please do encourage our members. Thank you so much. So now my eyes is on you. Okay, so our next session, the word is your portfolio. So now we have to widen the lens, because while the IPOs and the early bets are thrilling, real wealth is built when we see the entire world as your portfolio. So that's what is our next session, will bring us insights from the experts who help investors manage across geographies, asset classes and strategies. To introduce our distinguished speakers from the Standard Chartered, may I invite my colleagues, I oftenly call him the Amitabh Bachchan of our committee, CA Sanjay Gagrani and CA Dikshit Jain, to do the honors and formally introduce both the speakers. Over to you, Sanjay bhai.
So I often also say the Shah Rukh Khan inviting the Amitabh Bachchan. Huh? So ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, salam, namaskar, and those who are celebrating Navratri, Jai Mata Di. Jai Mata Di. At a summit where the theme itself is the opportunities unlimited, it feels only right when our next speaker is someone who literally sees the world as a portfolio. He doesn't just talk about the investment in companies or market, he looks at the countries, region and communities as opportunities waiting to be connected. It's my privilege to introduce Mr. Naushad Mithani. Sorry, now name has changed to Mr. Nash Mithani, and he needs to share why he's changed his name from Naushad to Nash later on. A leader whose career spans over 25 years in private banking. He has been with the Standard Chartered Bank since 2008, and today he wears many hats. Heads of MENA, heads of Global South Asian Community, head of private banking for the UAE and UK. Clearly, when it comes to managing wealth, he's got more designation than most of us have debit cards. He's a core member of DIFC management team and the private banking executive committee, leading team from stretch from South Asia to Europe, Africa, and Middle East. His work ensures that clients not only preserve their wealth, but grow it across the border while enjoying the kind of seamless service that market provide, feel like almost like a festival. And speaking of festival, we stand in the middle of the Navratri, where every night is about the rhythm, balance, and energy. And I can't help but draw a parallel. Mr. Mithani's approach to global investment might be much like a Garba. It's about moving in rhythm with global markets, keeping balance in volatility, and never losing sight of the joy of journey. Beyond and outside his office, he's very active. He's not just about number. He enjoys volleyball, hiking, yoga, and traveling. Today, along with his colleague Pratibha, he will share his thought on a very powerful topic, the world is your portfolio. A message that is both timely and timeless, because in today's interconnected economy, border may define nation, but opportunities knows no boundaries. So please join me in welcoming with a warm and thunderous round of applause, Mr. Nash Mithani. And at the same time, I now request my committee member, Dikshit, to introduce to Ms. Pratibha Suryanarayan.
Thank you, Sanjay Bhai. First of all, good afternoon and happy Navratri to everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, so today's session is all about investment. So when I was thinking about what do I talk about investment, the first thing which came to my mind was, which is the best bet to invest in this world? And then the immediate answer I got was the health. So if I don't invest in my health, then no portfolio can save, because the health is the only investment which gives you the lifetime guaranteed returns. Now we are here to talk about multiple other investments apart from health. We are talking about real estate investment, we are talking about equity investments, we are talking about unlisted segment and all. Now we talk about real estate investment. Real estate is a classic, solid, immovable, and always to remind us that land doesn't come with buy one and get one free offer. Okay, so land is something which is there to keep it. Equity is something which is thrilling. We don't know which way it is going to go into. So today, I think it's a completely best mix of learning about which is the best investment suited for our style, because everybody has got a different style. Somebody is conservative, somebody is not. Somebody wants to take no risk, somebody is always all in everything. So it's a perfect platform where we are learning about what kind of capabilities we have as a risk taker. Now, we have a wonderful speaker with us, Miss Pratibha Suryanarayan. She has been in banking industry for more than 23 years. She has an experience in consumer banking industry. She has headed, she has been in Singapore, UAE, and multiple other countries, heading multiple other banks, multiple other divisions. She's into advisory, mainly advising into global markets in terms of bonds and mutual funds. So she's going to give us an insight of how this structure works, how we can maximize our returns. Apart from that, I was just asking her that what do you do, in your off time, because investment is all the time in your mind. So she said, I'm a good tabla player. So Jai Bhai, if we can get a tabla, we can get a live tabla also here. And she's also a biker. So, I mean, at the age, being a lady and being a biker, I think it's amazing. So, today we are not only going to learn about the mutual funds and the bonds and the investment advisory, she's going to also give you a free lesson on tabla. So, please give her a big hand and welcome Miss Pratibha on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's working.
Thank you, Mr. Dixit. That was a revelation. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us here. Special thanks to the ICAI Dubai chapter for giving us an opportunity for Standard Chartered to present, its solutions here today. But maybe quickly,
I'll
Nash.
start. Yes. Thank you very much, Pratibha. Firstly, thank you very much for a welcome. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. It is afternoon. And Jai Jinendra. With that, may I request everybody to get up? May I request everyone to stand up, please? Thank you very much. Sorry for the trouble, but I think it'll be more exciting. Now, of course, we talked a lot about investments. This morning has been about various investments in various fields. But may I ask first question, how many have invested in listed markets globally in the last 1 week? If you have, please sit down. In the last 1 week, if you have invested in global markets, please sit down. If you've invested in the last 1 month, then please sit down. If you have invested in the last 3 months, then please sit down. If you have invested in the last 6 months, then please sit down. If you have invested in the last 1 year, please sit down. Okay, Pratibha, the rest we definitely need to speak. But the reason I started with that is to tell, we as bankers are nobody to say we're going to come and teach you guys where to invest, how to invest, and what to invest in. What we are here is, it add value in your journey in preserving wealth, making wealth, and how do we take it to the next generation. That is our value add, that is what we do, and that's what we expertise in. And with that, I'll hand it over, Pratibha, back to you to start the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nash. I think that was absolutely required, and you're right. I think what we're trying to do here is to give you an overview of how we do it at Standard Chartered and what we believe is absolutely critical when you're building or constructing your overall global portfolios. But just moving ahead, how we want to bring it about is At Standard Chartered, we're committed to grow, manage, and protect your wealth over a period of time to ensure that we help you meet your objectives and needs over your lifetime. And how do we do that? We do that with 3 very basic questions: the why, the how, and the what of your overall wealth. If you were to answer those, I think you're already on a very successful path in terms of meeting your objectives over your lifetime. So the very first thing is the why. Why, if you were to be able to answer what is it that you want to do with your wealth, why are you wanting to invest? It's finding the purpose. That's just ensuring that you actually pull out a bunch of objectives that you want to meet with your wealth over a period of time. And that we do with the philosophy of today, tomorrow, forever. That's nothing but the short, medium, and the long-term objectives having met. We'll cover that in a bit shortly. The how of it is nothing but using a bunch of wealth principles that guardrail your wealth journey throughout in achieving your goals. And lastly, what do we do? That's where the structure comes in, and we build a process around this. We'll dig a little deeper into all of this as we go along. So the why, the purpose of your wealth. The reason we ask you at the start of the journey to ensure that you identify the objectives is then to plot it into different timelines and different buckets so that each of that pot of wealth can actually ensure that it does the right job of trying to meet your needs by being invested in the right instruments and also for the right amount of time. So all it does is simplify it from a today, tomorrow, forever journey. The today is for your now. It is actually taking care of your income needs or supplementing your income needs that you already may have. And so we invest in instruments that can actually cater to liquidity, can actually cater to your income requirements. The tomorrow is about your future, and it ensures that your long-term requirements are taken care of while also managing the risks. And what are these risks? It could be inflation, it could be market dynamics, it could be a whole host of things that you may not anticipate today. And lastly, the forever. The forever is what you leave behind for your generations to come. It's your legacy, and for which you possibly have a much longer time, not longer duration, to be able to stay invested. So that's our philosophy of today, tomorrow, forever, and these buckets help you ensure that you plan for your objectives in the right manner. And how do we do that? We do that with the guardrails of the wealth principles. These are not, uncommon principles. You're all very familiar with it. A lot of us touched upon it this morning as well. So very quickly, we look at discipline. This is to ensure that you keep your emotions at bay while you're investing and make a very pragmatic approach to ensuring your portfolio delivers on what you started out to do so. Diversification, a lot of us have spoken about it today. Diversifying, there is literally no other rule to investing other than diversifying. If you were to diversify your portfolio across asset classes, across geographies, and across sectors, you're ensuring that you're on a path of success in managing your overall portfolio. Time in the market, this is a very well-known adage. Time in the market is definitely better than timing the market. And this also goes back to our today, tomorrow, forever, to ensure that you're actually bucketed for those time frames to ensure that you're staying invested in the markets. Risk versus return, everyone in this room will definitely agree with me that there is no point or not worth taking the risk if the return is not due. So it's absolutely imperative to assess the risk before you make the investments to earn the return. And lastly, protection. Protection is your, protecting against unforeseen risks, because you're also looking at investing over a period of time. You've got to ensure that you're not only just growing your wealth, but also ensuring that you're preserving your wealth. And how do we do this? As I mentioned, this is a structure, a process, and a lot of this goes down to asset allocation. We've already touched upon a few of this, so I'll actually walk you through building your foundation portfolios in a global market. So for us at Standard Chartered, we believe that the start to any investment journey is building or constructing a firm foundation portfolio. Now, what is a foundation portfolio? It is a robust, stable, and diversified investment construct that will actually help you navigate, test the markets when markets turn volatile over a period of time. So we start with the foundation portfolio and then we overlay it with opportunistic ideas. The opportunistic ideas are your short-term ideas, your tactical opportunities that you may get because of market movements, and you want to take advantage of those short-term ideas. And that's how we start first with the foundation and then build the opportunistic overlay on it. Now, you may ask, what's the point of a foundation portfolio? And this particular slide will give you a complete overview of why we believe diversification is the true success behind a foundation portfolio. What you're seeing here is a periodic table of asset class returns over the last 10 years. The top line over here is all asset classes that have performed at its highest in that particular year, and the bottom line is the most negative performer from an asset class perspective. So what it does is that when you have varying characteristics of different asset classes combined within your portfolio, they stand the test of time and ensure that they perform differently during different market conditions. And that's what you're seeing with this quilt, so to speak, where you're not seeing any one particular asset class dominate over long periods of time. So this is an extremely important slide to ensure that you take a diversified approach to build a successful investment portfolio. How do we do that at Standard Chartered? We basically rely on our CIO office to be able to provide us with views on the various different asset classes that we just showed up. So our firm belief is that asset allocation and portfolio construction are the most important aspects of anyone's investment portfolio or investment journey. So what you're seeing here is a diversified portfolio of a balanced investor. You'll see that the asset allocation is across cash, fixed income, equity, gold, and alternatives. And even within that, they're spread across in geographical directions as well as sectoral. Now, one may ask, how do I go about, if you're new to investing, for instance, one may ask, how do I take part in a DMHY corporate or a Europe ex-UK instrument? Because there are as many instruments in the world that can be super confusing at any given point in time to be able to allocate into each of these instruments if you were to start your portfolio construction today. To answer just this, we have come out with our signature CIO funds, which are, as the name suggests, follow the CIO's asset allocation views and ensure that you benefit from Standard Chartered's expertise when it comes to fund selection, ETF selection, which go into the underlying portfolio. And also, the fabulous part of this is that as the CIO changes its views, time and again with market dynamic changing, the portfolio changes at the back end. So as a new investor, as a new to wealth investor, if you were to actually invest in an instrument like this, you could be rest assured that even if you did not go back and revisit your portfolio, the investment is getting rebalanced over a period of time. I think all of us here may be familiar with the old Hero Honda advertisement in India. It used to be called fill it, shut it, forget it. It's literally something like that. It's a one-stop shop where you can actually invest and forget about it. Just a very quick overview of the ones that are available within the Signature CIO series. We have a conservative fund, which basically looks at fixed income and cash. We have an income fund that looks at multi-asset instruments that give you income payouts. And then you also have the balance in the growth portfolios, which are again multi-asset, but more allocated more into equities within the portfolio. And to add to this, we are also bringing out 2 new Islamic variants, which also are multi-asset instruments within the Islamic sleeves. Now just moving on to the other wealth solutions that we actually also can cater to. Should you want to customize your portfolio and add to it, we also have some excellent, exclusive, top-tier strategies through our other Signature Select series, which are exclusively available through Standard Chartered Bank. Now this is done through third-party managers, and we continue to maintain our open architecture. but with also the combined expertise of Standard Chartered advisors. Following which, if you would like to add fixed income strategies, you have single line cash bonds across the credit spectrum and geographical allocations. Plus, you also have opportunistic overlays through the structured note solutions. Now, these are all available to our professional investor clients for whom we can also customize our portfolios. Lastly, we also have the alternatives, which is a very robust platform you could look at allocating into to diversify your portfolio and get the benefits that you may not get in a traditional portfolio allocation. I've spoken about all the solutions. There are many, many more that you could look at. However, one of the things that I want to touch upon is the fact that all of these solutions can actually be reached out or invested through multiple jurisdictions. At Standard Chartered, we believe in providing you international wealth solutions, and we're standing in one of our international wealth hub, which is the UAE, but we also have Singapore, Hong Kong, as well as Jersey as our other 3 wealth hubs through which you can actually benefit from our global expertise, but at the same time, who have significant local knowledge to ensure that your portfolios are catered to in each of these wealth hubs. You could also get international mortgages through the UK, UAE, as well as India. And all of this is provided to you by, as I mentioned, the expertise that we have at Standard Chartered Bank are all INSEAD-trained professionals. Some of them are CFAs, some of them are CAs, and so you can count on their advisory when it comes to global wealth solutions. If I could just summarize all of this into one slide, what I'd like to leave behind with you is how we believe the world is a possibility from here in the UAE. If you were a resident of the UAE, these are all the many things that you could do amongst many more. So just to go over them, you can construct a foundation portfolio through our CIO funds, as I just mentioned. You could invest in niche and exclusive offerings through our VCC structure in Singapore. You can invest in private market instruments across the UAE and Singapore jurisdiction. You can invest into India through solutions from here, which are globally available, invested in US dollar, as well as through our Gift City route in India. You could invest in discretionary portfolio management through our Jersey platform. You could also avail international banking access from both Singapore and Jersey, even if you were based out of here in the UAE. This may be very interesting to a lot of you. If you're an Indian who has a deposit in India, an FCNR or a NR deposit, you could borrow against that in India and then invest here in the UAE. And lastly, of course, you could also avail of a mortgage sitting out of here in the UK through our Jersey jurisdiction. So this is just to summarize, the world is your possibility if you were to bank with Standard Chartered. But I'll now pass it to Nash, who will cover off what we can do from a UHNW and a family office perspective.
Thank you,
Nash.
Thank you, Pratima. Very difficult to come after her. She is an impressive presenter, so it's very difficult. Thank you, Pratima, for putting me in the spot. And just before lunch, great. Fantastic. Anyways, with that, I thought just to give you a bit more exciting sort of overview of our, what I call the ultra high net worth proposition, family office proposition. But before I go that, one thing I'd like to share about Standard Chartered overall wealth management perspective. So firstly, I don't know how many of you know much about Standard Chartered. So I'll just take 2 minutes and maybe share the Standard Chartered history. The most Indian in this room is Standard Chartered Bank. Standard Chartered Bank, although a British bank, opened in India in 1853, which is older than all of us in this room. So with all due respect, it is as Indian as any one of us, and the roots lie in Asia, Africa, Middle East. And that is the core competence of the bank. If we are a British bank, the only place in the UK you'll see us is on Liverpool t-shirt, right, as we sponsor the Liverpool Football Club. Otherwise, the core competence of the bank is Asia, Africa, Middle East. In that, wealth management, affluent banking, which our colleague Of course, here Rajesh Kannan is here also, who sort of heads the affluent business as well for us across the regions. Is a core competence for the bank, and we lead that business very actively. In that, we have what we call the client continuum. So what we are looking at is, within the affluent space, is look at investors, clients, starting from priority banking, priority private, international, and private banking, and we work through that entire client spectrum in terms of the sophistication and the client needs. So what we offering, and what Pratibha was saying, is across all the affluent business that we do, including private bank. Then private bank has a few more sort of sophisticated offering for our ultra high net worth and family offices. So looking back at this exciting picture, right in the middle is the wealth solutions, which sort of Pratibha went over in terms of all the offerings that we have from our CIO funds, from our diversification, from our investment philosophy, vis-a-vis looking at our sort of investment booking centers. That is what we call Jersey, Singapore, Hong Kong, UAE. That's what we look at. In the private bank, on top of that, we have some more sort of sophisticated offerings for our clients as per the needs of their clients. So if you look at the green outer circle, that's sort of looking at three main points there. Alternative investments, we of course mentioned, and she did talk about that, so that offering is available. Sustainability advisory, that is critical. The bank is a big believer in a net zero. We are fully committed in terms of helping our clients across their investment journey on how we want to bring that through sustainability. How do we help our investors in looking at their sustainability agenda and sort of incorporate that in their investment philosophy in the diversification. So we do very well on the sustainability advisory bit. SC Ventures. So SC Venture is Standard Chartered Ventures, which is part of Standard Chartered, and that's where we as a bank look at investing globally in fintechs and do sort of startups. And these are startups which are originated by Standard Chartered staff, and they build from scratch. And we offer that to our investors, our clients, to participate in that journey, as well as for their companies, as well as an investment, as an alternative. Again, a very exciting strategy that we look at. Then finally, on the global sort of circle outside, I think this is very interesting. And then this is where I think there could be some interesting ideas that could come out of this discussion today, if I may. So firstly, bespoke structured lending. Pratibha alluded to that with regards to lending against FCNR and our deposits, we do that. On top of that, one of the examples I'll mention, for one of our clients, what we did, who had onshore India investment in Indian equities, we customized that with Standard Chartered India, and against that did lending in Standard Chartered Singapore. So for non-resident clients who have sort of stock portfolio in India, we can sort of look at customizing that and giving lending out of Singapore. Again, not every other bank can do that, but that's again a great sort of opportunity in terms of structured lending that we've done. Promoter share lending, we are very big in that across the whole of Asia, Africa, Middle East. In Asia, we do that more actively, as well as India. Promoter share lending for non-resident Indians or Indian origin individuals who have big portfolios in India as promoter share. We can customize that and lend offshore. Again, very interesting proposition. External asset managers. And again, that is a growing sort of part of the segment that is happening in the financial world. We are actively working with external asset managers across geographies to see how we can add value in their overall sort of advisory to their clients and execution platform that they need. So that's wealth planning and family advisory. This is, I think, one of the most critical part, where we work very closely with our clients on their wealth planning for the next generation. How do we have our own trust company in Singapore. So if they want to set up a trust, we are one of the few banks who can help them set up a trust. We are one of the few banks in UAE who opens accounts for foundations and does lending to foundations. So a lot of the clients are looking to buy property in a foundation in Dubai, and if they want a mortgage against that, we can do that. Not every other local banks here is able to do that. So we very much understand that first thing is very difficult to make money and to generate wealth, but it's equally difficult to ensure that wealth is preserved for the next generation, and how do we look at sort of transferring that to the next generation in a most tax efficient way. We are not tax advisors, but we work with tax consultants in setting up structures for them and working on that. So that's, I think, family advisory and wealth planning, very important. Corporate solution partners. And again, we work with a lot of the big family offices who have requirements on their corporate needs across borders. Standard Chartered being available in 60 countries, we work very closely with our corporate banking colleagues in trying to see how do we find corporate solutions using their personal wealth, and how do we sort of work on both sides of the balance sheet. So that's worked very well for us. Private markets, again, that one is very interesting. We've started something what I call CIC. So that's basically co-investment club, where our key clients on ultra high net worth, where we give them offering to invest direct stake and private markets in big emerging companies that are coming globally. So this is a club where we do direct investments in companies globally. These are private currently. The IPO will be the exit, but we have direct access to them and sort of give them offering on that. So again, very important. Finally, marketing and partnerships. Partnerships is a great example of partnership that Rajesh has led in terms of how we work through the industry with our sort of partners across. Marketing is very key in sort of bringing the branding for ourselves and our clients across geographies. With that, I think I think most of this is just, again, basic investments that we do and offering. I think we can go on the next one. We spoke about discretionary, we spoke about alternatives, SC Ventures we mentioned, trust and fiduciary, I did have a quick chat on that, and then financial intermediaries we spoke. Finally, I think, again, this is the co-investment club that I mentioned on the deals that we can bring across for our ultra high net worth clients. With that, I think we end here. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
No, that's fine. We're good.
Thank you so much, Mr. Naushid Mithani and Pratibhaji, for that insightful sessions and for showing us that how smart diversifications can turn the challenges into the opportunities. So thank you so much for that sessions, and the question and answer, if the time permits, we will take it later on after the session. So thank you so much, and with that I would like to call our Chairman CA Jayaprakash Agrawal, our Vice Chairman CA Rishi Chawla, and our Executive Committee members Sanjay Bhai, Dikshit Bhai, and along with that the members, same Manipandan sir, please come, and Kamlesh Manik ji, I have seen, yeah, please, you are here only. So please come and present the memento on behalf of the members and the Dubai chapter. Can we have a huge round of applause, please, whenever we are giving the memento? Thank you. Okay, so let's dive back into our next knowledge session. Our next topic is all about turning numbers into markets and understanding the true art of valuation. Because as they say, knowing the price is easy, but knowing the value is what really matters. To introduce our distinguished speaker and my good friend Mr. Bilal Moti, may I now invite my colleague CA Vijay Mohan on the stage to do the honor and to formally introduce our next speaker. Can I have a huge round of applause for Vijay, please?
I don't think that we requires an introduction for Mr. Bilal because he has been along with the institute, and as a I think we consider him as a member of our ICA community. But it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Bilal Moti, a seasoned financial service leader and a visionary entrepreneur with nearly 40 years of global experience across investment banking, valuations, risk management, and strategic advisory. Mr. Moti is the founder and group CEO of Windmills Group, an award-winning UAE-based valuation and real estate consultancy recognized by Dubai Land Department, REIRA, and international bodies for its excellence in governance and client service. Under his leadership, Windmill has successfully valued over 40,000 assets and worth more than 180 billion, serving leading banks, corporates, and government institutions. His impressive career spans senior leadership roles at renowned institutions such as ABN AMRO Bank, Bank Muscat, Bank Al Bilat, and Arif Al Habib Bank. He played a key role in managing billion-dollar portfolios, leading IPOs and Sukuk issuances, and expanding operations across GCC, Europe, Africa, and South Asia. Mr. Moti is a chartered member of RICS, a multilingual professional, and a recipient of numerous awards, including Top 100 CEOs of the Year. Beyond business, he is also a mentor, speaker, and community trustee dedicated to shaping the future of finance and real estate with integrity and innovation. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Bilal Moti.
Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope still alive. A little bit hungry, I'm sure, but thank you for staying up late in the morning, late in the afternoon with us. I would like to thank at the outset the ICAI Dubai board members and also the management team for giving me this brilliant opportunity to talk about yet another very important investment class, which is real estate. Okay, there's a lot of discussion about stocks and portfolio, and there is no rivalry meant here, but there is one more asset class that is definitely worth consideration going forward. I am very impressed by ICAI for doing such a brilliant job, such a mammoth job in organizing so many events as philanthropy and spreading so much of knowledge and expertise among all the members. One small poetry comes into my mind just to bring a different flavor to you. Ke ye ishq nahi aasa, itna hi samajh lijiye. एक आग का दरिया है और डूब के जाना है. I think the management members, I think, deserve a serious applause on developing ICAI members' knowledge credentials so regularly. I'm also very thankful to all the ICAI members. You guys are very impressive. Sunday morning, it's very difficult to wake up, but you all are here with so much of strength in your learning and eagerness about developing yourself and the society. Really, really appreciate that. Okay, I'm also thankful to ICAI for giving Windmills Group always for a long time such a honorable opportunity as the valuation partner. Now, this honor and the gratitude is very difficult for me to express in words, but an extra large thank you for that. So welcome to the world of real estate and the world of valuing real estate properties. How do I change this one? Green, in the middle. Can somebody show it to me? Well, for a lot of real generous introduction already for me, so I think I don't want to spend this time, on my personal introduction. My simple profile is 25 years of employment journey and about 15 years of business. So if you would like to start up your business and try something like that out, don't come to me, go to some sensible guy, okay? Because it's only 15 years. But if you still think it's worth to take my assistance, you're very, very welcome. I'm still struggling with this. Can you tell me? Oh, so sorry. 3 green buttons. Okay, so selfishly to share with you what Windmills is all about, we are now a 9-year-old company. We like to believe that we are a leading valuation firm from the perspective of the highest number of valuations done over the last 3 years, especially in Dubai, but also across UAE. We have 2 verticals of services. We have valuation services whereby we value all kinds of real estate properties for our clients, residential properties, commercial, industrial, and also trading properties like hospitals, hotels and malls, etc., etc. We also value plant, machinery, and equipment assets with greatest details possible. The other vertical that we provide our services in is building surveying services, which is largely for owners associations and developers, whereby we assist them with reserve fund studies, service cost studies, building condition appraisals, and many more such services. We are very proud to have served more than 1,000 clients already in the marketplace, with 25,000 plus properties, real estate properties valued already, and something like more than 50,000 industrial assets valued. More than 50 building surveying assignments also carried out for our clients. One of the major purposes of my talk is to share some knowledge about how to choose a valuation firm. When you have some real estate assets or machinery and equipment to value, how to choose a valuation firm. And I think there are a few very important points. Does that valuation firm has a robust and a scientific automated valuation system which takes care of data and analyze the data in a way that it comes up with the precise market value? Very, very important. Of course, the fee economy has to be a very important consideration for you as well. But apart from that, the fast turnaround time, and most importantly, hugely compliant services in terms of international valuation standards and also local valuation standards. These are the important considerations for engaging a professional valuation company for your business. Okay, a lot has been said about different investment assets and the classes. And I'm not at all better or even equal to what the knowledge that you have. So we all know about the major ones: the cash, the bonds, the real estate, the commodities, the stocks, the businesses and the private equity, and now the new one as well called crypto. I never understand that. My apologies for that. But there are a lot of asset classes now where your balanced portfolio, you know, comes into play. And you always weigh them from the risk perspective and the reward perspective and try to make a portfolio that makes your life easy and wealthy. But I would like to draw your attention towards one more asset class, that is real estate. In my humble, plain vanilla, simple experience over the last 40 years, there are a few asset classes which make people wealthy and rich, and that is stocks, real estate, and the businesses. Okay, so real estate is very, very important asset class because it's the largest asset class in any country in the world. Largest by far. Two, is definitely an extremely important consideration for financial and tax management to value the properties that you have. It is a great source of wealth creation. It's a great source of wealth preservation as well. It is a great source of diversifying your risks and revenues in the portfolio. It's an excellent inflation hedge, and what a practical asset this is to be a collateral to all the lenders and the investors around. But before we go into the typical standards and the governance, the regulations, which is perhaps something that you come across most of the time, I wanted to give you some spice information about how the market is behaving in terms of wealth creation in Dubai. In the last 6 months, so the first half of the year, we saw about 21% increase in the total number of transactions that has approached more or less 100,000. It's a huge number for a city like Dubai, and is growing every year, is growing every quarter. We're talking about a very impressive sales value number also coming out of the market in the last 6 months. So only 1 year, half year. And that is about 100 billion dirhams. Sorry, apologies, $100 billion. $100 billion is a big number for 6 months in any city. And I think Dubai has achieved it and is likely to achieve much more. And not only that, but the sales value overall has gone up by 29%. So indeed, a lot of people are making money out of this market too. It is largely skewed towards the residential segment, where about 96% of the investments are going through, representing the last half year. The apartments prices have increased by 70% in the last 5 years, and the villa prices have almost doubled in the last 5 years. I think the commercial space, whether it's office or retail, is also showing the similar trends over the last 5 years. Okay, let's get back to the original theme of the presentation, and that is, let's talk about some standards. How do we value the properties, and how do professional valuation firms value the properties? What is property valuation actually? It's a process of determining the value of an asset or liability. Value, I think someone said, is not pricing, it's a value. On a stated basis of value. Now, a basis of value could be market value, fair value, investment value, cost value, and many other types. And of course, the valuation process is amended practically to meet that basis of value accordingly. And at a particular point in time, a lot of people ask me, you give us the valuation report, how long is it valid for? Now, for valuers, it's a very difficult answer. It's a very difficult answer because a lot of clients don't like it. But valuation of a particular property done by a professional valuation firm is like a balance sheet. It's at a particular valuation date. It has no validity. It's up to you as a client to see what do you think, for what period of time this particular valuation can be hot enough for you. Okay? But generally speaking, for the concept for purposes, it is a valuation at a particular date only. Okay. Why do we do valuations? Why is it necessary? Most of the people take into account the importance of valuation, a professional valuation, and go for it. Some of people in the market don't go for valuation at all. So what is the purpose? I personally believe, not because it's my own business, and I would always say never buy a property, never invest into a property without a valuation. Please never do that. So I think we all have that flavor of the clear purposes, like we need to make a reliable decision. We need to understand transparently what we are doing. We need to have a report that is standardized enough to understand it from one particular angle. It should be compliant, and definitely we can use it for our taxation purposes as well, which is the flavor of the time. But from the standards point of view, the international valuation standards point of view, there are some common purposes why property valuations are being used, and these are financing, investments, which is buy, sell, even divestments, merger and acquisitions, financial reporting, very, very important. It's a law now that each company has to value the properties that are reported in the financials every year. So for that purpose too, insurance is extremely important purpose for valuation. Gifts and golden visa management are the few examples of the technical purposes. My headline is, valuation is the backbone of financial decision-making process. And I would like to urge everyone to ensure that valuation is a very economic service anyways. Make use of it and make better financial decisions. Okay, so what standards do we follow? What standards should a professional valuation firm follow anywhere in the world? And there is IVS, International Valuation Standards. There is an organization called IVSC, based in the US, which makes and reviews all the standards and regulations about the valuations and spread them around in the world. We follow typically RICS, the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, which is a professional body which also promotes international valuation standards around the world. And this beautiful book called Red Book, whoever is more interested to know about valuations, is a worth read. is called Red Book, and it has some very interesting standards to look into. The professional standards, which talks about ethics and compliance, and also the technical and the performance standards, where you have the guidance about how to do the valuation for different kind of properties for different purposes. Okay, in addition, UAE is also becoming more and more aware, becoming more and more vigilant about the importance of valuations and its impact not only on the property but also on the financial statements and also in the society overall. So there is a very practical book of standards called Emirates Book of Valuation Standards. We also follow that. I think there are a lot of, and I would urge everyone to follow that too, because it's a requirement, and not only the requirement but also an excellent tool to guide you in terms of how to do the property valuation in the best possible manner. Now, similarly, in each and every emirate of the UAE, luckily and gladly, they have also certain standards and regulations about property valuations and also other assets valuation. So this is extremely important for us as a professional company to follow them too. Okay, a bit more about the technicalities. What are the different approaches that we use in order to value a property? Now, it depends upon two major things. One is, what is the type of property we are talking about when it comes to valuation? And number two, what is the purpose of valuation? Type of the property, purpose of the valuations. That determines the direction for a valuer to value a property. In a standard way, there are three popular approaches which are promoted by international valuation standards. The first one is market approach. The market approach is the most common, the most popular, and the most practical approach that is used in valuing the properties. The two is income approach. It basically applies, no, let me go back to the market approach. Market approach is used for valuing those properties which have a secondary value. So the best valuation approach is when I can see a great evidence of transactions, listings, which can give me a clear idea, categorical idea about at what level, what price level those properties are sold. That is basically the major source for me in terms of reliance for writing a market value. Income approach is basically applied to all those properties which are income generating in nature. And again, there are some diversification internally. We apply traditional investment method for an income generating property that has a bit more of a stable, non-volatile stream of income and expenses. For example, buildings. We apply a bit more complicated approach like you do in also valuing the companies, is DCF approach, where there are a number of multiple income streams and expenses streams and which are volatile in nature. One of my favorite valuation approaches is profit approach, which is applied on those kinds of properties which are trading in nature. So they are actual businesses operating from a particular real estate property, like hotels, like schools, like hospitals, and many such trading properties. We also have a third very important approach called cost approach. Now, where do we apply cost approach? The cost approach is applied on those properties which has no secondary market value, which are unique in nature. For example, post offices, metro stations, etc., etc. So we look at the cost. And again, further diversification about the cost approach, whether it should be a depreciated replacement cost, which is applied on the specialized machinery, or it should be a reinstatement cost, which is applied for the property for the purpose of insurances. So a little bit more technical, but that's the way it works. What is a market approach? In simple words, it's a comparison of the prices. comparing the assets that you are valuing with identical and comparable assets for which the price information is available in the secondary market. Yeah, apartments, lands, villas, townhouses, and I beg to argue with the valuation standards about even shops and offices, which are income generating in nature, and technically they should be valued based on the income approach. But I always like to see the market approach for them as well, because I believe that it is a much stronger way of doing things, even for a second approach. So, for finding the right comparables, do we look at only market transactions done or market listings, or both? The answer is both. In fact, we also look at the third data set. So definitely transactions is the number one source for writing a market value, because you see what is happening in the market in practice. Listings are also very important because they give you the direction for the next transactions, the potential transactions, but of course there are some adjustments applicable on the market listings too, but very important source of data for us. The third data source that we use is our own valuations, because we know what we have done, and these own valuations, previous valuations, are basically a data of reliance for us, and we have an algorithm, the weighted average of 3 different data sets to be applied to funnel down to the market value. So what do we do? When we receive an instruction to value a property on the market approach basis, or if for that purpose, any approach, any property, any purpose, what do we do? It's actually quite a comprehensive and a detailed exercise. It's a matter of engagement analysis with the client, so we understand the scope from you, but we also tell you what you can expect from us. 2, we do an extensive documents analysis. We do an extensive property analysis by itself, including the inspection. And during the inspection process, we also measure the properties. A professional valuation company would always take the most time to understand the documents, the most time, and even more time in order to inspect the property and look at it from each and every attribute point of view, each and every quality point of view as well, and even measure the property on site. Very important. Then we do extensive market analysis, and finally the valuation analysis and the approval process. Now, the most important thing, in my humble opinion, in the valuation process is the inspection process. So I would urge all the valuation companies, including myself, to ensure that we do the brilliant job in understanding the property physically and measure the property physically. It's extremely important, because a lot of times we have surprises about that. And again, RICS has come up with many standards about inspection, whether for office building, residential building, industrial building. There are separate performance standards and the procedures. Whether the perimeter walls have to be included in a particular property or not. Things like that are answered in the standards. So we talked about 3 data sets: sold transactions, previous valuations done by us, and market listings as our primary base to understand where we stand in terms of market value. But at times, we have shortage of having those data available in the market for a variety of purposes. Then we have to have a primary relationship with the brokerage houses, with the owners, with the tenants, and also with the developers, in order to understand and receive the primary information in order to make a knowledgeable and a well-informed decision. Now, this is my favorite slide. Perhaps a little bit more complicated, but this is my favorite slide. I'm very, very happy to report to you that Windmills has been able to build an automated valuation system and application over the last 6 years. It is not only a tool for discovering a market price, but it's a total solution for the clients. It takes care of ethics, compliance, client service, in terms of communication with the client automatically for all the important things, property analysis, market analysis, and writing down the value. So the first cut of the market value, especially for market approach, is coming out of our system called Maxima. So how do we do the valuations? We, first of all, having understood the information from the documents and the inspection about the property, we understand what are the most important ingredients and the attributes of the property. Each property is different than the other, especially the income generating properties. But each property is different than the other in terms of location, quality, age, view, demand, built-up area, land size, and many other attributes. Is it a middle piece, or is it a corner piece? Is it on a single row house, or is it a back-to-back house, and many such things. Now, a professional valuation company would like to appreciate each and every attribute of the property in the most realistic way, and transform the value of the attributes into the overall market value. Very, very important. So how do we do that? We actually weigh each and every attribute of the property. We rate each and every attribute of the property. So we have a WAR rating available on each and every attribute level. And then the system generates an automatic adjustments looking at those attributes of all comparables on the average basis. It's extremely scientific, extremely important, extremely granular in my humble opinion. But you know, the human mind sometimes may skip a particular attribute or its importance or its rating, okay? So that's why Maxima was developed, and I'm very happy to say that the first cut will not only tell you what is the market value, but also the financial adjustments based on WAR rating on each attribute level. It took us about 5 years to build it, evolving in nature. And today, I think it's an extremely proud product for us. Income approach. As we said earlier, all the income generating properties, whether it is an office or a shop or a building or a mall, well, all the showrooms are leased out, has to use income approach for valuation. What is that? It provides an indication of value by converting anticipated benefits such as cash flows or earnings into a single current capital value. Being accountants, you and finance managers and investment managers and the CEOs, you perhaps know this better than I do, but this is a very beautiful concept of valuing a property. It applies on, as said, on all the income generated assets, but also it takes into account the secondary market data when it comes to its important financial considerations, like gross revenue from rents, like the going operational and maintenance expenses, like vacancies, like the most important number, the capitalization rate. So these are all available in the market, and we have to do, a professional valuation company has to do a very serious job in order to find the most precise numbers on these factors, most precise, in order to achieve the most precise valuation. So, and valuation is science. It's definitely science. It works on the basis of data. And the best is the data, the best is the valuation. Yeah. Okay, so I have to rush it up. You are aware of this formula. If you want to know more about it, you're very, very welcome. Last slide, maybe. Cost approach, as we said, is applied on valuing all those properties which has no secondary market value. So it gives you an indication of the economic principle that no buyer will actually pay you more than what it cost you by way of construction. Big question, what kind of cost approach shall we use? Shall it be a plain vanilla cost plus profit? Shall it be depreciated cost method? Or shall it be reinstatement cost method? Again, the answer lies on two things. What is the property? and what is the purpose of the valuations. For example, for insurance purposes, we always use the reinstatement cost approach. Yeah, because this is the cost that you have to find out for insurance companies as the new cost for the old asset. Okay, so I'm done. Once again, thank you very much. For the brilliant opportunity and honor for doing this presentation. And if you have any questions, I'm available around. Thank you
so much, Mr. Bilal. Can you just stay for a couple of more minutes?
Yeah.
So thank you for that insightful and the practical sessions, and you have shown us how valuation is not just about the numbers on the spreadsheet, but about connecting those numbers to the real network, opportunities, and into the desirable and the fruitful outcome. Our Vice Chairman is already on the way to the podium. And with that, I would also like to call CA Vijay as well on the stage. And along with that, I also would like to call the two gentlemen on the stage, Mr. Achyut Rao and Mr. Masihuddin from the Kisan Parivar, to present the memento to our speaker. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Bilal Moti, please? And I also would like to call the daughter of Mr. Bilal Moti. Please welcome. So we have the two special gentlemen with us today, Mr. Achyut Rao and can you just, I request you to please stay back on the stage for the 1 minute. They are one of the partner in today's event. Please come on the center, sir. Mr. Masihuddin and Mr. Achyut Rao. Thank you so much for supporting this event. Can we have a huge round of applause for both the gentlemen? And I request, sir, for 1 minute if you can talk about the Kisan Parivar. They are the pre-IPO launches there. And I also request my technical team to please play the short AV for them.
Imagine a young banyan sapling, small, fragile, but everyone knows if nurtured well, it will one day spread its branches wide, give shade to hundreds, and anchor the soil for generations. Now think of these roots as impact investments. Just like roots go deep to give strength, impact investments go into clean energy, agriculture, education, and healthcare. They don't just create returns, they nourish society. Jobs are born, women rise as entrepreneurs, villages get clean water, and children walk into better schools. Invisible, yet powerful. This trunk is responsible investing. It carries the weight, ensures balance, and grows with integrity. It directs money into ethical, transparent, sustainable businesses. It protects investors from storms and builds trust that stands tall decade after decade. And then the branches. These are pre-IPO opportunities. They reward early believers with growth before companies go public. They spread wealth, attract new life, and create communities of prosperity. Branches don't just bear fruit, they share it. When roots, trunk, and branches come together, they form more than a tree. They create an ecosystem. Investors prosper, businesses flourish, society thrives. This is the true power of smart, ethical investing. As chartered accountants, we are not just number crunchers, we are gardeners of capital. Where we guide investments today will decide the forest of tomorrow.
Good evening all, and today I'm my promoter of this company, Mr. Bhupal Naik, was supposed to come, but on behalf of him, and he's a wonderful visionary. And you've seen the three words called responsible investment, and you also seen the impact investment, and also the pre-IPO opportunity. So we all, actually today I've been in the stall, and many people, whenever they look at the stall, they are talking about, is it an NGO? And all CAs coming here, even they know that the NGOs will not have the stall. But everybody, because the reason I am telling this story is, always we look at our food and the farming always as a charity. But I think our Bhupal Naik, as a visionary, he looked at, I think that's the first place we should make a farmer a profitable, farming community should be a profitable, and consistently, almost from 9-10 years, a decade, he has proved with a family, his own investments and responsible investment, he is able to make an impact and own a lot of assets. And most of the companies, you have seen a lot of companies like Big Bazaar, and even there are a lot of aggregators came into the market. They are still bleeding because the biggest problem for that is a procurement. So that procurement problem, the Kisan Parivar solved because by owning almost 2,500 acres as an asset value. And they also took initiative from soil testing to the last mile delivery and the rest of other things like logistics, supply chain, aggregation, also cold storages, all things already aggregated and acquired a pre-IPO. I think sitting all, and this all credit goes to even all the people like you, chartered accountants, only suggested, and Mohsiddin is the one who helped us to put things together. And I'm saying this is a good opportunity for the pre-IPO, and we are going to list it almost this month, October 30th, and we have a stall, and we're also trying to expand the business in the GCS, and that's the purpose we are here. And please walk into our stalls and look for, and your investment, what you're talking, it is not only it will not only growth, it is a responsible investment and for your future generation of our own food, because this is the first company in India with organic certified companies getting to the IPO. So I think, thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Masihuddin, and thank you so much, Achyut Raoji, for that things, and thank you so much once again. And so now, from the art of valuation, we move into the world of artificial intelligence. I am sure that many of us, like me also, we are personally waiting for these sessions. So they say that investing wisely is both a science and an art. But with the AI entering into the picture, it's becoming something even more powerful. A blend of data, discipline, intelligence that can transform entire portfolios. In fact, I have a funny story which I already told in the morning, that someone asked to the ChatGPT and how the ChatGPT responded that to become quickly rich. So don't worry, today's we are not, we'll be relying on the robots for our investment tips, but we have someone much better, our final session, investing with the intelligence, how artificial intelligence shapes portfolios, which help us understand how AI can actually make us smarter, not replace us. To introduce our distinguished speaker, may I invite my colleague CA Yuga Murthy in the committee to do the honor to formally introduce the Rachna Ranade, our next speaker. Can I have a huge round of applause for Yuga, please?
Thank you, Amit. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I used to think in the stock market was only for the wealthy people. But after seeing CA Rachna Ranade's teachings, opened my eyes and potential for anyone. Her expertise and approachable style made me realize that with the right knowledge and strategy in investing in stock can be a path to financial growth for all. I am happy to introduce to you truly inspiring personality, someone who has transformed the way India learns about finance and investing, CA Rachna Ranade, a chartered accountant who cleared all levels in her very first attempt. CA Rachna chose the path of education over conventional practice. And what a remarkable journey it has been. With over a decade of experience teaching CA and MBA students, she transitioned digital education in 2019, launching her YouTube channel with more than 8 million subscribers in YouTube channel and other channels. Her ability to demystify the stock market and personal finance in a fun and relatable way has made her favorite among beginners and seasoned investors. She offers online courses, conducted financial literacy programs for corporate giants like Google, Accenture, Amdocs, and Uber India. A true patriot at heart, she launched Har Ghar Investor Campaign inspired by Har Ghar Tiranga, a take financial education to every household, expanding from India now to Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Beyond finance, she is also a trained classical singer and has performed with legendary Oscar Award winner A.R. Rahman himself. Please join me in welcoming financial expert, entrepreneur, educator, multi-talented, dynamic, and deeply inspiring Rachna Ranade.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right. First of all, extremely sorry. I'm here at a time when everyone is in a dilemma whether to have a food for stomach or food for thought. So let me see who gives up, who goes out, and who stays in to build a good portfolio for a longer term, right? Today, whenever I talk about few stocks, if I talk about anything, I hope this disclaimer is good enough. This is not a stock advice per se, it's just for educational purpose. And the whole intent of today's session, like he said, that it's not about AI replacing humans, it's about AI helping us to speed up our research in a better way. I always say that you need OI to use AI. Know what is OI? Original intelligence. Correct? So without original intelligence, you will not be able to use AI. We are going to focus on both today. The first half will focus on how I can use my original intelligence to interpret some data patterns, and based on that, can I ask AI to fasten up the research process for me, right? So let's go first, and I want you all to tell me, I'm sure you might have seen this meme, haven't you? Yes? What do you think, what is he waiting for? Not the buffet to open, certainly not. Sorry? Buzz. Arey, nahi, that is a normal meme. Na, I am here. So it has to be something about stock market, na? Lifetime, all-time high. Waiting for the right time to invest. Okay. And if you ask me, it could be something like he's first and foremost waiting for the market to cross 26,300 again. You know, it was exactly 1 year ago, because it was the month of September, if you remember. Yes? Achhe din the. So we had market at all-time high almost a year ago. And since then, we have been waiting and waiting and waiting, just like him, that now a time will come when the market will cross 26,300, and then we will feel like extremely energetic to deploy more funds. Because every time we are deploying funds in the last 1 year with a hope that now market will reverse, it never does. It has always gone down the moment we have invested since the last 1 year. Has this happened for the first time? What do you believe? If you just gauge, last September Nifty was at 26,300. Today, I mean Friday closing, it was what? 24,700, 800 something, right? So are we in negative returns since the last 1 year? Yes. Has this happened for the first time? 1 year, zero returns? What do you feel, yes or no? So many times. Okay, still some feel yes. I got some yeses from you so many times. Let's take few examples which have happened in the recent past. Okay. Do you remember what happened post this correction, October 2021? Do I have a clicker? I can show it on screen. It's a laser, right? Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. So if you see here, market hit an all-time high back then, 2021. It was 18,600. And after that, market saw almost an 18% correction. Do you know what happened during this time? Why did market correct by almost 18%? Which time was this? Second wave of COVID. Okay. That's a better answer. Russia-Ukraine war actually triggered the big fall and markets corrected by almost 18%, went up till here. So if you see October 21 to October 22, it's a negative return or negative return in 1 year. And even if you compare October 22 with October 23, here you can see there was a breakout, there was a retest, and this is where it was October 23 and 1% return in 2 years. Can I say it has tested investors' patience just recently? But unfortunately, we have short-term memories, and I'm sure many people might have even forgotten about this, that we had only 1% return in the last 2 years. This happened just back since 21 to 23. How many of you do technical analysis? If you can raise your hands. That's it. Not even 10%. Chartered accountants do only fundamental analysis. Okay. So, I'll give you a simple point for that. See, I'm a chartered accountant. I love fundamental analysis. But fundamental analysis basically tells us which is a good stock to invest. But if I want to try and gauge whether this is the right time or not, no one can guarantee. I totally agree with that. But if I want to gauge whether this is the right time to buy or not, then technical analysis helps me. Whether this is the right time to exit or not, technical analysis helps me, not fundamental analysis. So let's try and upskill. This is, for those who know about this, this is a monthly candlestick pattern. If I were to just zoom into this is a weekly candlestick pattern now. The same thing, you can see here, this is again called as a cup and handle pattern. By the way, this looks like a cup, this looks like a handle, and there's a breakout. Can you see that? Yes, this is the same chart that we saw right now. The only thing is that you can see here 1W, that's a weekly chart pattern, and in the previous one it was a monthly chart pattern. Okay, both are about Nifty. Now understand, for those who got bored in the first year, sold off. Those who got extremely bored here, sold off. And I think this might be like 60-70% of the people who lost faith in the stock market in just 2 years, sold off. And you know what happened after that? After this 2 years of boredom, what we saw is a massive rally of 40% in less than 15 months. How many of you believe that you would have had that patience of staying invested for 2 years in spite of 1% return? It's very tough, right? But then we have to understand what has happened in the history, because technical analysis says future is nothing but history which enters through a different gate, right? So if we were to analyze what has happened in the past, we can try and predict what could happen in the future. Has it happened just once in the history? Answer is no. Let me give you one more example for this, and I'm sure everyone will be able to understand and answer when did this happen. We had a sideways market. 2018, we hit an all-time high. Back then we saw a big correction. 2019, more or less similar returns, shade negative returns, and this big fall. Which fall was this? COVID fall. And everyone knows we got a new term here. Which term? Very nice, someone said it. By the way, requesting everyone to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. If someone mobile phone rings, your portfolio will be down by additional 5%. Okay. All right. अभी तो पता चला सिर्फ पोर्टफोलियो मतलब बाकी एसेट क्लासेस भी है ना, थोड़ी स्टॉक्स ही है सिर्फ. All right. So this was V-shaped recovery, and this is where we were in October 2020. So if you see practically September 18, September 19, October 20, again same old thing, right? Barely 1% return in 2 years. And anyone who got bored, oh my God, stock market is nothing. It's not giving returns. Let me just sell it off. You know what happened? Market rallied by 51%. That was the breakout zone. This was a V-shaped recovery. It was a breakout, and we saw 51% return. Gone 5%. Okay. We saw a breakout and a 51% rally in barely 1 year. Is this crazy? Yes. So has market shown this characteristic of consolidating for a long time, ensuring that wealth moves from impatient traders to patient investors? That is what market has tried to do in the past for quite some time. I have given you 2 recent examples, just one last quick example. By the way, if you noted something, this was also October, this is September, and the recent all-time high was in September. In short, I am trying to mentally prepare you for what? One more year of sideways, huh? Okay, let me give you one last quick example. Okay, here you can see 2 years of consolidation. Again, now those who are learning technical analysis with me for the first time, tell me which pattern is this? We just learned this pattern right now. Fantastic. This is a cup and handle pattern. There was a breakout and markets rallied almost 39% in the next few months. This was a longer time frame though, but it did happen. This was post-Brexit. Okay. So I hope everyone is absolutely convinced with this that yes, market moves in such points where there are long phases of consolidation. Once the base is strong, there will be fast run-ups. Question is, if I were to gauge this in the current scenario, we are already done with 1 year of consolidation. Worst case situation, if there is 1 more year of consolidation, question is, what could be the upside from there? 50%. Optimistic. Okay, that could be like midway through. So we will take 3 approaches. He is saying 50%. 3 हमने देखे थे ना, 39%, 51% and 40%. Someone said take an average. Someone said 50%. Let's be extremely conservative. 39%. So I always say, जितना कम expectation रखोगे उतना अच्छा है. ज़्यादा मिला तो आप बोलोगे चलो रचना ने बोला उससे ज़्यादा मिला. If I say 51%, if you get even 49%, you will say रचना को कुछ नहीं आता है. Okay, so better we keep a conservative view. We'll take it at 39%, and if I were to assume a rally of 39% after 26,300, we all are chartered accountants, anyone? 26,300 plus 39%? Don't worry, my maths is also not that great, I've calculated it earlier. It is 36,500. Is that a big number? Yes. Now I can see some smiles. When I was showing sideways, everyone was like, "Kab aayega? Apna time aayega." Okay, we just have to wait patiently. We just have to ensure that we are invested in the right stocks. Do you agree with me that in every bull run, the winners may be different? Do you agree with me? Yes, and that's what we call as sectoral rotation. The sectors which may perform or which may outperform may be different than what happened in the previous bull rally. So now we have to try and gauge which could be the sectors, which could be the next movers. And I'm sure everyone has their own set of ideas. I'm here to learn as well from you all. So what do you feel? I'm sure everyone tracks Indian markets very well. I should not ask how many of you invest in Indian stock market. That's a silly question to I was about to say that's a silly question to ask. Because I know everyone invests here. Ulta question hai, anyone who has not invested in the Indian stock market? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These people are going to get major FOMO today. Or maybe they'll say, abhi ek saal hai mere paas seekhne ke liye. Sideways. So better to invest in knowledge in the coming few months and then maybe invest in markets, right? Sorry. So if I were to ask you all, based on whatever you are reading, whatever you are consuming as content, what do you feel which sectors could be the next big winners in the coming bull run? Anyone who has few thoughts? Yes, please. IT. Oh, that's a contrarian bet as the very first bet. Okay. Defense. Absolutely. Why not? Everyone knows about how focused we are on becoming Atmanirbhar in the area of defense. So that ideally has to be one of the big themes. Telecom, absolutely, why not? In fact, in India right now we have only 2 major players in telecom. And anyone can give me quick names, 2 players in telecom? Airtel and Jio. Is Jio listed? No. But there is a great news or a talk or whatever that it may get listed in 2026. But currently only 2 listed players amongst the big names. One, Airtel. Second, I'm not sure whether I should say a big name or not, but Vodafone Idea. Right? It's a name. Okay. So Quickly tell me, are there entry barriers in this space, yes or no? Yes. So again, more and more competitors entering into this space, the probability is comparatively less. So there is a great possibility that this sector could also perform well in the coming years. Any other? So we talked about one contrarian bet, that was IT. We did talk about defense. We did talk about telecom. Anyone else? Renewables. Very nice. That's one of my favorite as well. Sorry? Healthcare. Healthcare and pharma. But there is one person, 2D map, western side, who is just trying to ensure that whenever there is some sort of stability, he destabilizes it. And if you have read the news very carefully, there are no tariffs which are being imposed on generic drugs right now, and that's the major chunk that India exports to the United States. But unfortunately, market works more on sentiments. The moment the sentiment came up that आज इसने normal pharma पे किया है, कल जाके इसका भरोसा नहीं, he'll also do it on generic. हो गया खत्म. Pharma also took a hit. So that could be one more. So we did talk about 5. I know we can go on and on. But just to now cut the story, what we will do is that based on whatever we discussed right now, I will just show you. So this was the first part. I thought I should first tell you why AI is second and why OI is first. Right now, are you convinced that this is the time to invest? बोलने के लिए बोल दिया आपने. Are you convinced that this could be the time to invest? Yes. Yes. Okay. Maybe in a staggered manner. I'm not saying all at one shot. Maybe in a staggered manner. But there will be a time where there will be a breakout, and that time you will definitely remember me that we had discussed this in this webinar itself. Right? So now, if I were to take any theme, we did talk about 5 themes. One of my favorite themes is renewables. And that is the reason why I thought I should now shift the focus from OI to AI. And now let's understand how can I use AI to faster my research process. Okay. Now earlier, you only tell me if you were required to think which stocks are there from the renewable energy space. Was that a tough job? Yes or no? Yes. We would just maybe go up on Google, search, go on websites like maybe Money Control, Screener, so whatever is the case, right? And then try and make a list, see which are large caps, see which are mid caps. It's a big thing to do, right? But now with AI, by giving some basic prompts, I can fasten up the process. Let's see what prompt I've already given. Just to save on some time typing, I've just already put up this prompt. I'm searching for companies who are in the renewable energy space, especially focusing on solar. Okay. The companies may be manufacturing solar pumps, solar modules, solar PVs, etc. Whatever is the situation. The company has to have a sales growth, YOY terms, at least 25%. Just to give you an idea that you can also give a financial metric to that. The first metric that I gave, it should focus on solar. Is this like an industry level metric? Yes. Now from an industry level metric to a financial level metric, I have given one example that it should have a sales growth of at least 25%. Fair enough? Yes. Could you also add matrices of your own choice? For example, you would have said, I want sales growth of 25% and profit growth 30% and a debt to equity ratio of not more than 2, whatever is your case. You can just keep on adding. Just for simplicity, quick understanding, I have taken one. Right? Then, very important, I have told that take the data from screener.in while you are calculating sales growth. How many of you have used screener.in at least once? Fair enough. I have no interest, no financial interest, nothing in screener.in. I don't own any shares. I don't get any commissions for that. Okay, just telling you because I have been using this for quite a long time, a good website. If you know, both people who have developed this website are chartered accountants. Yes? So now, 3 points that I told. Achha, by the way, why did I say take the data from screener.in? If you feel you want to take it from Money Control, your choice. If you say go to the annual reports of each and every company and fetch it from there, I have not gotten good results for that from ChatGPT. It has worked well on either Money Control or Screener. I've tried it with multiple websites. This gives fair enough results. Okay? Because please understand, AI is still learning. Are there chances that it can give you wrong data? 100% yes. And if you don't specify that you have to pull up the data from this space, you know what AI does? It can fetch data from Economic Times, from Mint, from Business Standard, wherever, maybe some interview, and those numbers could be totally different. Okay, so quickly tell me 3 pointers that I gave in the prompt. Number 1, it was at an industry level. Number 2, prompt was about financials. Number 3, I said source. I want it from here. Okay, after I got it, after I said, okay, I want you to actually tell the numbers. Now you can see it has given me in a nice tabular form. Again, let me repeat one more time. These are examples, not recommendations, okay? So if you see the list, Wari Renewable, SW Solar, Alpec Solar, Oswald Pumps, Insolation Energy, Servotex, Solex, Genusol, KPI Energy, whatever, you can see it has not only given the names of the companies, these many companies, it has also mentioned what sort of solar focus does it have, correct? It has told how much sales growth has it seen, correct? And also the source that it has taken to fetch this data. If you can see, everywhere it is screener. Can I say, acha, by the way, thought for 2 minutes 36 seconds. So it still took a lot of time to pull each and every data, presented it beautifully to me. Can I say this is how I can use AI extremely effectively? You tell me how much time we would have taken to do this manually. Easily 2 to 3 hours, easily. Can I say एक दिन का काम 1 घंटे में हो गया? Lesser, exact ratio as good as that, right? So that is how you can use AI effectively. Now what could be the next step? Ideally now you should dig down deep into each and every company. Okay, now of course you can have a company of your choice, but I have limited time. I have a ticker clicking here. So what I have done, just to save time, randomly I have taken one company, not a recommendation, just a random company, Oswald Pumps, and I tried to do the analysis of this company. Okay, everyone might have used, how many of you have used ChatGPT for investing research, for investment research specifically, not general? Draft an email, give a reply, wo wala nahi. Okay. Ye wala. Still, I can see the numbers, it's barely 25 to 30%, barely. Others, you can really learn this. It's really interesting. Any one of you who has tried to use Notebook LM? Notebook LM? This is barely 10 people. Shall I tell you Notebook LM? It's really interesting. Okay. So now, as an example, I want to know a little bit more about Oswald Pumps. Assume I know nothing about Oswald Pumps and I want to dig down deep. Can you tell me 2-3 important documents that I should use while analyzing this company? We all are chartered accountants. When I want to do the analysis, I don't want to just base my analysis on some news, some newspaper. I want authentic documents based on which I want to base my research. Which could be the authentic documents, tell me? Annual report, you said it. Earnings, con call, transcripts, investor presentation. 3 things are more than enough. Everyone agrees? I am repeating. It could be the annual report. It could be con call transcripts, and it could be the investor presentations also. Possibility number 1, you go on their website, you download it. Possibility number 2, you have websites like screener.in through which you can also download the data. Again, just to save on some time, I've already downloaded the documents and I have come to notebook.lm. So here, it's a normal, just a Google search, Notebook LM. It's a Google product, by the way. Okay, it's a Google product. So what you can do is you can just hit on, so when you go to Notebook LM, this is the home page and you just say create notebook. This is a fresh notebook that you can see. Okay. Now first things first, here you can upload sources. So whichever source you want to upload, we talked about 3 sources, annual report, con call transcript and investor presentation. Whatever sources you have, you can upload here. Simple. Now tell me what is going to be the biggest advantage. Whatever questions I ask, it is going to only refer the current scenario, only these documents and then answer. So I am not worried about whether the data will be authentic or not. Are you with me? Yes. Again, just to save on some time, I have already uploaded the document in the notebook. This notebook I just, 1 minute. Okay. Yes. So I have uploaded investor presentation and also Oswald Pumps con call. Okay. Now I'll show you a mind-blowing feature that I use. These days, everyone's attention span has gone down. Yes? Reading through a con call transcript of 40 pages is next to impossible. Earlier, what I used to do, I used to say Control F, whatever I want to search. But unfortunately, in the con call, if a different word has been used, no result. Because Control F doesn't have intelligence. Tools like NotebookLM, GPT have intelligence. Even instead of the word growth guidance, management has used the word revenue guidance. It will understand it is the same and it will throw up results. Right? Now, amazing feature that I'm going to show you is a feature of a mind map. Remember when we were doing CA, we used to have those mind maps, notes. Earlier we used to do this, nowadays teachers do it for the students. And they give it in photocopies for the students, right? So now, if I were to have a mind map of the entire con call, so what I've done, I've just added these two, and let me just tick only con call. Are you with me? Kya samajh mein aaya na? First step was what? NotebookLM, Google search. I went on to NotebookLM, then it said create notebook. In create notebook, it gave me an option of uploading documents. Which two documents have I uploaded? Con call and investor presentation. Now I want a mind map only of con call. So what I have done, I have unticked investor presentation and I have ticked only con call. Simple till here? Yes. And now what I do is I click on mind map. Okay. The moment I click on mind map, it says generating mind map based on one source. Okay. So if I am talking about creating mind maps, ideally it takes less than a minute, but I will quickly tell you how or what. Achha, ho gaya. Fantastic, less than a minute. Now, let me just go here. Now, while understanding about con call transcripts, I want to know what are the key pointers that have been discussed in the con call. You can see all the key pointers here. In the con call, management has talked about financial performance, they have talked about growth guidance and outlook, they have talked about government schemes, they have talked about what is their competitive advantage, they have talked about their capacity expansion, they have talked about their product lines and future focus. So, I know in a second that what all are the key points that have been discussed in the con call. Khatam. Imagine, would you have been able to understand this just by looking at the 40-page document? No, con calls don't have index. Annual report will at least have an index. Correct? Investor presentations have an index. Con call doesn't have an index. So at least with this mind map feature, I got to know, okay, all these things are given here. Now if you remember, when I searched on ChatGPT, I was interested in two things. One, which sector, that was solar, and there was one more thing that I was interested in, that was financials. In financials, what did I check? Growth, turnover. So revenue growth is what I checked. But understand, stock prices will move on past growth or future expectations of growth. Future expectations of growth. So I've understood that it has proven itself in the past. Now I want to check what can happen in the future. And out of all these things, what do you think, which should I go dig down? Growth guidance, everyone? Yes. So now you can see there is one more arrow here. I just click on this arrow and you can see in growth guidance also all these points have been given. Such a fantastic way to summarize things, isn't it? Now it says, what are the FY26 targets? What is the medium term goal? Now they have given it here. Medium term goal is 30 to 35% CAGR for top line. Are we happy with this? Absolutely yes. It also talks about the order book. It talks about the receivable cycles as well. But if you see FY26 targets, maybe a little bit more has been talked on that. So I'll just go and click on this arrow and now I say okay. Now I understand for FY26. So understand the whole thought process, right? Here we have the con call. From the con call it gave what all things have been discussed. From this we said I want only growth guidance. From this I said I want only FY26 targets. And now it has given me the whole picture. It says revenue growth 50 to 60%. Amazing. Yes. That is a growth guidance that they have given, 50 to 60%. EBITDA margin they are saying 27 to 29%. Good enough. PAT margin 18 to 20%. And also target pumps sold 2,25,000 to 2,35,000. In one snapshot, was I able to understand what is the future outlook of the company? Yes. Now the problem is that if I want to know that really is it 50 to 60%, कहीं इसने अपने मन की बात तो नहीं बता दी? Whether it is correct or not, whether it is reliable or not, I want to check that. But unfortunately, there is no arrow here now. This is over. So what do we do? If I just go here, you can see now it is clickable. Correct? If I click this, now it says, okay, let me see where has this been discussed. Now it is searching in that document कि ये आया कहाँ से 50 to 60%. Okay, it will tell me the source from which it has actually got this. So I'll just minimize this first. I'll minimize this as well. Now, here you can see the source indicates that Oswald Pumps Limited is targeting a substantial increase for revenue for FY26, aiming for growth in the range of 50 to 60%. It will give you the whole thing here. What is the revenue mix, volume mix? Here you can see FY26 targets in larger context. This is the exact wording that has been used in the con call transcript. It has given where it is. It has also given page number. See, 12, page number 12, 13. So with this, okay. So like a handle. Okay. With this, can we at least get to know that whatever data we are getting, that data we are getting at a single snapshot, and whatever data we are getting, that is also absolutely reliable. Right now I got to know only about what does the company have as its future prospects. My time is also up. Okay. But just maybe, I'll continue. Yes? A big thank you first of all for waiting inside the auditorium for such a long time. I've come in at the wrong time when everyone was hungry. But I'm really happy everyone is here. We are getting food for the break. Yes, thank you so much. So now I hope this is absolutely clear. If you were to know, so like I told you about the mind map for the con call, I'll also tell you if I were to have a mind map for the investor presentation. Now this is just a quick revision. We are almost done, but a quick revision. You have to tell me what is to be done. I have checked the PPT first because I want the mind map only for the PPT, and then I click on mind map. Here it will say generating mind map. Acha, the best part now till it gets prepared. If you want to review an IPO, tell me how much pager is an RHP? 400, 500, whatever. Is it possible for us to go through each and everything? It's impossible. What we do? Go to any RHP, whichever RHP you want to analyze, download it, input it in Notebook LM, mind map. Will it be extremely easy for us to have the whole reading in a structured way? Absolutely yes. So quickly, now the mind map has been prepared. Now I want to know what all things have been given in the investor presentation. Okay, in the investor presentation you can see company snapshot profile, financial highlights, competitive strength, industry tailwinds, growth potential, whatever. And if you see here, now whatever, now the same thing, right? Correct? So this is going to be extremely amazing. One last point. This is my favorite. If I were to understand, so okay, I am a person who hates reading only, assume. Okay, I love audio visual content. And I want AI to prepare a video based on con call and investor presentation. Sounds impossible, right? Video on investor presentation and con call. So what I've done, again I've checked both. Yes, click both. And I'm now going to click audio overview. If I click this, the same thing, it will keep on rotating, but that takes generally 4 to 5 minutes. So I've already prepared it for you. And if I play this, ऐसे नहीं होगा? अच्छा, 1 minute. Is there a sound switch that needs to be changed? Okay, anyways, even if you don't get the sound, that's okay. You can see the video is being played and it is telling how much is the revenue growth, how much is the, is it possible in just a second or so? If not, it's okay. I thought it should just work like this, but it's not. Sound source change करना होगा?
is directly fueling a record-shattering financial performance. It's all about a company, Oswald Pumps, that has positioned itself as an absolute powerhouse in India's massive renewable energy boom. And the way they're doing it, it's really remarkable. And it all kicks off with this number, 31%. Now, that's not some projection or a goal for the future. Nope. That is Oswald's actual life-to-date market share in a huge government solar pump program. Just let that sink in for a second. They control almost a third of a massive national project. So you gotta ask, how does that translate to the bottom line? Well, it translates into results that look a little something like this. You see, this kind of market leadership isn't just some abstract concept. It is directly fueling a record-shattering financial performance. I mean, just look at their most recent quarter. It was absolutely stunning. Across the board, revenue, operating profit, net profit.
Crazy, right? Is it beyond imagination? You know, I've been following a lot of AI tools. I have used Perplexity, I have used ChatGPT, I have used NotebookLM, I have used Claude, I have used many more tools. But out of all these, because we all believe in authentic data, I don't want AI to use any source that it wants. I want my OI for that AI. So I tell this source, this source, this source. Iske bahar nahi jana hai. And for that, I think NotebookLM is best. Mind maps, video overview. So potentially, whichever company you want to study, it is easily possible, right? So I just wanted everyone to understand that, number one, you still have time to rethink about your portfolio. I have taught you a few AI tools that you can use to revisit your portfolio and check for yourself. Just in case if you want to upskill yourself, please do it. This is the time, it's never too late. We all chartered accountants just love fundamental analysis, completely ignore technical analysis. I don't think that's like the best way to do it. I never undermine fundamental analysis. That is number one, no second thoughts on that. But technical analysis will definitely give you a better assurance of whatever you are doing. So it's never too late. If you want to upskill yourself, I also have separate courses. For those who don't know about this, I have a website which is rachanaranade.com, and in that we have all these different courses. I have many chartered accountants who are my students who say that unfortunately nothing of this was taught when we were doing CA. Do you agree with me? Capital markets was not even one subject for us. When I cleared in 2008, it was one chapter, a very small chapter, just an introduction. So what if CA Institute did not teach us? It's okay, we can still learn. Me and my husband, he's also a chartered accountant sitting right here. Akshay, if you want to wave out. So we both started investing when we were in CA final back in 2006. We both have made a lot of mistakes. You can imagine from 2006 to 2008, we both enjoyed an amazing bull run, and we both thought that stock market investing is absolutely easy. And then came 2008. Market went down. We did not even know that concept of stop loss, sir. We were in CA final at that time. I cleared in 2009. We were articles earning 1,000 rupees per month. Correct? Market went down by 60%. My portfolio went down by 90%. Like we have a Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, I had to do a Swachh Portfolio Abhiyan. And that is where, back from 2006 to 2025 now, almost 19 years, we both are into stock market. We have learned it the hard way. No one was there to teach us. We both come from typical Marathi middle class families where stock market is equal to gambling and nothing else. Even today my father scolds me, "Bas zala ta, enough of stock market, put more money in FDs now." I said, "Dad, that's my bread and butter now." But that's how it is. Even if you feel that you need to upskill, it's never too late. I have an app very similar to Netflix, wherein you can learn at your own pace. It's not like every day 7 in the morning or nothing like that. All these are pre-recorded lectures. You can definitely learn and upskill. If you want, you can just visit the website. I will share my office. You can just go on to we can maybe share the contact number. We'll have a special discount for our members as well, so that anyone who wants to enroll and upskill, you will be definitely able to do that. Thanks a lot everyone once again for the patient listening. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachna ji, for that brilliant session. You have shown us that the artificial intelligence is not here to replace investors. It's here to empower them, to sharpen our decisions, and maybe even save us from the few expensive mistakes. So with that, I would like to call our chairman, Jaiprakash Agarwal ji, and Rishi Chawla, our vice chairman, along with that, Yuga Murthy, and yes, your better half on the stage. Akshay ji, please come on the stage. And I also would like to request all my entire managing committee, please come on the stage for a group photograph and to present the memento as well. Okay, all right, members. I know you are waiting for the raffle draw, and this is the time now for that raffle draw. So what you want first, the Samsung tablet or the iPhone? You can make a shout out. I didn't hear anything. I think we should distribute it among the committee as well. But yes, before that, you have to wait for the next 2 minutes. I request my committee member, CA Balram, to do the formal word of thanks, and right after that, we will do this raffles. Over to you, Balram.
Thank you, Amit. I know it is last minute thing. Yeah. Good afternoon, all. Once again, on behalf of ICA Dubai Chapter Committee, it is both an honor and joy to deliver the vote of thanks for today's Investment Summit Opportunities Unlimited, Investing in a World of Possibilities. We have had a truly enriching day, and it is only right to pause and acknowledge those who made it possible. First and foremost, a heartfelt thank you to our chief guest, Mr. Abdullah, the CEO of Marjan, for gracing us and then sharing his wisdom. We also thank our Central Council member, Dayanivas Sharma ji, as well as Ankur Agarwal ji for gracing the event. To a stellar lineup of speakers, each of you added a unique lens to the world of investments. CA Piyush Junjunwala ji, Ms. Aparna Shankar and CA Nishad Kankolkar, Mr. Bilal Moti, Mr. Naushid, Ms. Pratibha, and our own CA Rachna Ranade. Each of you brought clarity, inspiration, and actionable insights, making this summit both thought-provoking and practical. Now, none of this would have been possible without our partners and sponsors, the real enablers behind today's success. A big thank you to all of the sponsors. In the interest of time, I'm not taking the names, but thank you all. To our organizing committee of the chapter, your flawless planning and behind-the-scenes efforts made everything seamless and impactful. And finally, to all our members, guests, and delegates, thank you for your enthusiasm and participation. Your energy is what transforms such events into vibrant learning experiences. As we conclude, let's carry forward today's insights and continue building smarter, stronger, and future-ready investment strategies together. Over to you, Amit. Thank you.
Thank you, Balram, for such a warm vote of thanks. Can we have a thunderous round of applause? Members, the vote of thanks is actually for you. It's a validation of the sessions. It's a showing of the gratitude for the efforts of the entire managing committee and, of course, for the members and the sponsors. So with that, now the time has come, I know, and I think you must going to be lucky today. So we are going the raffle for the Reliant surveyors. There is one Samsung tab and one Samsung smartphone is to win. I would like to call our chairman, CA Jaiprakash Agarwal, on the stage, and along with that, the sponsor, Naresh Ji Sharma, on the stage to pick the first winner. I think let's do the Samsung tablet first. So this is for the Samsung tablet.
Oh, lovely. नाम देख के मेरे को बहुत खुशी हो रही है. And he is on the phone. उनको मालूम भी नहीं उनका नाम आ गया है. And it goes to Mohammad Kattawala, sir. Sir, please come up.
Congratulations, Kattawala Saab. Thank you.
आई शाबाश, iPhone 17 नंदन सर भी दोनों हाथ उठा रहे हैं।
आईफोन से पहले एक स्मार्टफोन और है,
एक और स्मार्टफोन भी है।
Yes, yes,
ओके
yes.
परफेक्ट, वन मोर स्मार्टफोन टू गो, वेरी गुड। ये कौन स्पॉन्सर कर रहा है?
sponsored by Reliance Surveyors.
Naresh ji again, Reliance Surveyors is sponsoring it. Can I have a round of applause for Reliance Surveyors? This is the second sponsor, second gift which they are sponsoring. Sir आप निकालिए, देखिए कौन आता है। I saw him. Sebastian. Sebastian, oh yeah, such a happy man. He was waiting in the middle and now see the smile on his face. Sir, ये smartphone है, iPhone नहीं हाँ. Congratulations sir, please come.
Our sponsor Reliance Surveyors. Can we have a huge round of applause for our sponsor Reliance Surveyors and Naresh ji please? Sir, ताली बजाइए sponsor के लिए. Okay, so now the time has come for the iPhone and yes, the sponsors are...
नहीं अभी नहीं. Can I have, this is किसान परिवार के लिए एक बार ताली हो जाए. Thank you. I think there will be people who will be interested in it. लेकिन जिसने ताली नहीं मारी होगी उसको iPhone 17 नहीं मिलेगा. यार देखिएगा और वीडियो चेक होगा कि आपने ताली मारी कि नहीं मारी. एक बार और बोलता हूँ, ताली मारिएगा किसान परिवार के लिए. I love the word किसान परिवार सर. किसान लोग लिखा आप कर रहे हैं. कौन निकालेगा सर? आप निकालेंगे? लक्ष्मी जी निकाल रही हैं. देखिए, लेट्स सी किसके घर में जाएगा आईफोन.
खुद ही का नाम निकालेगी मेरे ख्याल से.
खुद का नाम भी आ सकता है. दीजिए, इसको पकड़िएगा. ओके, ये नाम है अरविंद. अरविंद, कितने अरविंद है हमारे पास? अरविंद, लवली. आईफोन जा रहा है. अरविंद नहीं है. थैंक यू. नेक्स्ट वन. अरविंद को बताइएगा जरूर कि आपका नाम आया. तब कितने अरविंद? आई डोंट नो. हाँ, ये लेडी से मैं मॉर्निंग में मिला था. लेट्स सी वेदर शी इज हियर और नॉट. दीप्ति मल्होत्रा. दीप्ति चले गए, वो देखा भी नहीं होगा, बोल दिया चले गए. चलो यार, चांस तो लेते रहो. Deepti left. I am sorry, Deepti. You should have been here. Oh, you seriously lost the opportunity. You'll miss it when you'll see it on the video. Oh, ये बंदा अगर यहाँ नहीं है ना, तो ये अपने को गाली जरूर देगा. दीक्षित जैन. Dikshit Jain is also not here. Oh, next one, please. He's a committee member. He's not here. Dikshit का नाम भी जा रहा है पॉकेट के अंदर. This last one, नहीं तो ये आप चेयरमैन ले जाएगा. Okay, this one should be here. Manesh Ilat. Manesh, क्या बात है. कितनों iPhone 18, 17 किसका जा रहा है? एक और निकालिए मैम. देख के तो जाएंगे, कोई ना कोई तो. इतने लोग खड़े हैं, किसी को तो मिलेगा. आपने कार्ड डाला है ना? किस किसने कार्ड डाला है? हाँ, सबने डाला तो है यार. मेरे को लग रहा है जिसने डाला वो सब चले गए. Okay, this one should be here. This one should be here. हरेश मखवाना. ओ क्या, आई लव दिस. सर एक बार और हो जाए यो, लेकिन स्टेज से आइए प्लीज कम. हरेश मखवाना. थैंक यू वेरी मच गाइस. हैव योर लंच ऑन 4th फ्लोर. लंच इज ऑन द 4th फ्लोर. सबको प्लीज लंच करके जाएं. हरेश जी एक बार ये वापस से हो जाए द वे यू डिड. ये